Yeah, I'll do my best with the recap. So we started off this session encountering um a very scary figure rising from the red fog from a chest that we had attempted to open. It made us think of memories of loss and longing. Beacon um was made to think of his family back in Clofjord and how he wishes that he could be a part of it despite the choices he's made. Boone thinks of a time when the world felt more calm and more idyllic. Rowan thought of his desires to become a witch, but like also um, these feelings of inadequacy and falling behind in his coven. Rykard thought of his mother's death and the struggles to like his struggles of realizing that he was now alone and in the world. And Alex was thinking of his brother that that joined Brave Hollow before him, and thought of the fact that he lost connection with him afterwards. Um, and with that, combat began. If I remember correctly, Alex. I think it was like off the bat, Alex was charmed into believing that the creature within the mist was his brother. Um, and I think Beacon was charmed to not be able to see this creature in the mist, but everyone else passed those saving throws. Um, so combat began. The this ghoul creature or ghostly specter creature hit very hard when it did hit. And while mostly Alex, Beacon, and Boone faced the creature head on, Rowan and Rykard investigated a chest that it came from and realized that it was connected. It seemed to be connected to this mechanical heart, which was in the person that was in the chest. If I remember correctly. Um, After hitting the mechanical heart a few times, the creature dissipated. Um, and we were able to. Oh no, that wasn't when we hit it. It was when Rowan pulled the mechanical heart out of the creature's out of the corpse's chest, and combat ended then. We look around the room a bit more before we decide to leave. We investigated the bodies. Um, I remember. We do know that they seem like they're alive. They just don't have like a heartbeat or yes. Oh, sorry. The video started playing and I thought Madison was talking. I was like, hello.
That actually
Anyway,
your conscience.
no. Get out of my head. Okay, so yeah, we yeah, the bodies seem to be alive, but there didn't seem to be a heartbeat for either of them. We also found some of the books that were left on the bookshelf, and I believe Beacon picks up a picture book of drawings. There was also books on horticulture, botany, and I believe in one of the some of the desks there was books on organic chemistry, and alchemical equations, and like astrology, like predicting like eclipses and like the positions of the moons and things like that. Um, Also, Beacon does do a divine vibe check, but the room seems to be clear of anything fey, fiend, or undead. Also, in the other no, we didn't go through the other chest, but we think that the in the other chest is what the clockwork mind, I think it was. But we do identify that the heart is the clockwork heart, a very fun magical item that more or less makes you immortal, but with a downside that you are controlled by um, whoever created the heart in the first place. Well, I think after that we leave this area and we close it up to make sure that nothing else can get through. And we decide to listen to more of the recordings. Um, the first recording the recordings for uh the phonograph. So the first recording um seems to be taking place in some sort of concert with a muffled conversation with Eileen and a young girl whose name we learn is Varia. Um, and Eileen seems really keen on finding the solution to whatever problem they're talking about in this recording in Bascoliot, but Varia disagrees and doesn't think that they should go there. Um, and the recording ends with Varia saying that she will speak to someone named Dominicus and telling Eileen to stay where she is to fix somebody. The second recording is Eileen talking about a rot that seems to exist on this island that um, may have been brought or influenced by a mysterious mist. Um, she also talks about these disguises that they've kind of been forced to, or different names that they're forced to take up for reasons that we're not 100% sure of at the moment. Um, and also how she wishes to continue her research on something called the rot, and how it's affected Varia. And yeah, Varia's rot continues to progress. And she thinks that if they don't find a solution in the next decade, Varia may soon be deceased. Um, so what else? The third recording, um, the third recording, Aileen talks about how she believes that she's put together a form for an individual called Chevalier, um, and how she's created a clockwork heart and is in the process of creating a clockwork mind as well. Um, she also talks about some of her research into, um, I believe, the plants in this area, on this island, and how she thinks that she can control them. And then the fourth and final recording is it sound we believe it might be the Zoth, like sorry, Aileen um and a few other individuals as they are trying to destroy the Zoth sequence collider. Um and yeah, those were all of the recordings. And then we do try to call the Sending Stone. That did not work out. No one responded. While we were doing that, Rowan also called out to Gerthild to see if we can get a better sense of his location at the moment. And we decide that that is where we're going to be going next thing in the morning. Finally, when we wake up, Rowan goes to check in on Alex after getting a strange not vision, but a strange like omen. So when he goes to check in on Alex, Alex is standing at the door, um, holding the shard, and the room behind him is completely black. Rowan is able to cast a remove curse on Alex, um, snapping him out of this strange spell. Um, and as everyone comes to back to join, um, get into an argument about if Alex should continue to hold the shard or not. We decide to see if we can get any aid for this problem back in Brave Hollow before we head out to find Gertild. And that is where we end the session.
All right. Are there any details anyone else would like to add?
I have a couple of things. Not very much, but when we were in combat with the Wraith, Boone had noticed that the Wraith, like when the fog kind of dissipated away from the Wraith, it looked like a very like confused woman wearing a mask. Before it kind of went back. The recording's got all the information there. Talk to Urgilt. Rykard, I guess we don't know this in character, but you know, Rykard felt this kind of like sense of like pride at like the anger he's feeling and the destruction he's been causing. So he might need a trip to the therapy void at some point. Alex also read through the journal written by AF. Don't know who that could be. But it basically detailed the time of AF, a mage who was on this strange island called the Lion's Den, and his journey to escape it. On this island, people wore masks and flaunted imaginary status and titles. And along the way, he meets Violetta, a young girl who was cursed to be like a porcelain doll, and a medical doctor, a man who was cursed to turn into a beast each evening, an opera singer, and Nicoletta, who got for basically not following along with the ruse. They were able to break free from this island by confronting the person who created it, who turned out to be a mad duchess who held all these balls every week for some of the elite citizens. They were able to confront the Duchess and expose her as someone who looks freaking poor. Tore off her mask, and the island crumbled away. And the fate of AF and his companions is left quite a bit of a mystery. But they seem to be freed from the island, but there are still like a lot of questions that kind of weren't answered. Yeah, and I think that's about it. Alex's dream was pretty similar to the other ones that he's been having. Other than in this one, he saw 6 like monolithic humanoid figures, and also that literally every star ever was falling from the sky. So that's something new. Other than that, yeah, I think we left off with going to head off to the main lodge in the Vermilion Crest.
So, anything else you guys would like to bring up before we pivot into our session for today?
I think we got everything.
After the events of this morning and the strange tension that has filled the air, you all decide that the best course of action is to return to the main lodge at this present moment. as you each, all together in your group, step on the teleportation circle and feel the magic surround you, whooshing to life with the command word spoken. The space around you swirls to life. You feel that swirling of magic pass over each of you. And as the world turns all watercolor and fades from view, you feel a cold, almost fall of water, almost like a cold mist on a hot day seems to pass over all of you. And you find yourselves in a familiar space of the Vermilion Crest. A hall filled with teleportation circles and intricate statues, tall, elegantly elven pillars that extend far, far up above you. And it doesn't take but a few seconds for what seems to be some sort of attendant, perhaps a guard of this area from Vermilion Crest, to seemingly apparate, much like yourselves, sort of directly beside or in front of you. The attendant sort of looks over all of you, not quizzically, but more curiously, awaiting an explanation. At this point, you've come here a few times, and you know that there is some security here. They're not just letting anybody teleport in. But you do know that the attendant does seem to recognize, at least to some extent, that if you're coming from the Eastern Outpost, you're probably supposed to be here. Passing through this strange hall, you make your way back towards the Hall of Heroes, the sort of central entrance to the Vermilion Crest. Again, an elegant fountain and statuette that depicts several members of the group that was of so much importance, the Shrike Syndicate. There are many glass sort of display cases with elegant pillows that have magical items, orbs, items of interest, tomes laid out. But small, like, crystal balls, not like giant orbs, I should say. Myriad other items sort of on display. But nothing that's supremely of note to any of you. When you get to this area, you realize that there's only a few places in the Vermilion Crest that you've all gone, at the very least as a group. You've been to the Hall of Heroes where you currently stand, the Aerojaunt archives, which are complex and hard to find due to the labyrinthine halls of this space. You've been to the Hall of Greenery, where you had encountered that giant sort of salamander axolotl creature. And you know that there are smaller libraries that sort of stem off of that area. But as to where you find the actual captain of this order, none of you really know definitively where you would find him. Beyond that, there's several areas of this place that you're likely not able to access without Rykard at your side, or may not even be able to access at all.
Okay. Begin will turn to the whole group, but mostly this will be directed at Rykard. Say like, so who do you think would be the best to talk about our situation here?
Probably Magnus. Seems like the most powerful one here. Take a look around. Is there any like flat surfaces?
There is like the floor underneath you.
Like a wall. Or yeah, maybe I could do the floor too.
This space is like surprisingly like sort of open air. The actual area you're in almost seems to be like a extremely large balcony that overlooks a series of gears and other sort of like almost floating islands that all seem to be different sections of this actual space. You do, just from your experience, at least navigating this area a little bit more, Rykard, you are aware that there is, to some extent, magic that makes this place a lot harder to navigate. There's like doorways you pass through that allow you to sort of teleport to a different section, almost like different floating disparate islands, rather than just like natural stairways or easy to navigate halls. So there aren't really any walls in this space, but there's floor, lots of floor, and additionally there's sort of like high stone ring around the fountain and statue sort of water
Gotcha.
feature that you could also potentially draw on if you wanted to.
Okay. I think I'm gonna start leading the group towards that bookcase that I like phased into for my initial meeting with Magnus, just because that's kind of where I would associate him being. And along the way, I'll pull out that piece of chalk that he gave me to get in contact with him. While I'm holding it, can I like mentally speak to him or like try and send a message? Is that how this works?
You could try, however, from your experience, you have a sense that you have to draw that very specific sort of like circle, which allows you through the chalk to communicate with him.
Okay, gotcha. I'll keep leading the group towards that direction, regardless. And along the way, if there's like a flat surface, I'll try and draw that circle if it's big enough.
Rykard leads the rest of you through a series of sort of arcane doorways. They are sort of elegant in elven style, and as you peer through these doorways, they seem to almost have like a translucent watercolor or watery sort of surface. And as you pass through them, again, you get that sort of like light mist feeling that crosses over each of like all of your skin. And as he leads you through a series of these different sort of elegant archways, one thing becomes clear to all of you. Rykard seems to, at the very least, know how to navigate this place a little bit more than the rest of you, which is not necessarily surprising, but it's the way that he seems to know which twists and turns to take, at the very least to lead you all to this one place. That does stand out as particularly intriguing. As you lead them along, Rykard, eventually you do find yourselves in a space that is effectively just a long hallway, and you have a sense that it probably leads to that elegant tower where your personal quarters are, Rykard. So there's like a long stone marble-esque hallway that extends out before you.
Gotcha. At some point when he's leading the group, he'll light up a cigarette and begin sketching that elaborate sort of sigil circle that he needs to communicate with Magnus.
Alright. As you begin to draw out the sigil upon one of the walls, sort of very precise and yet elegant strokes, you can all see that Rykard now has this like slightly almost greenish chalk in his hand. And with each strike of the chalk against the stone, like a single magical spark seems to fly off of the chalk, sort of greenish tinge, and it skips along the stone before sort of rendering itself inert. And with each line that he leaves on the stone, you can see that it lets off an almost neon glow stick style glow, with a slight almost greenish haze or fog coming off of it. Rowan, looking over it reminds you of many of sort of summoning circles, binding circles, and other magics that you yourself have seen used by your coven, and the more elegant or intricate rituals that you have seen performed. It does strike you as a little odd that Rykard is doing something so intricate and invested when his magic usually seems to come to him in a very natural, almost casual manner, whereas this is an act of precision and almost magical science. So it does stand out to you, Rowan, as you are observing closely. As the shimmering haze of the magic settles into the stone, the circle at the sort of center of this sigil begins to almost fade away, and within it is what appears to be a slightly almost ghostly or hazy figure within it. To the rest of you, there's like this weird, almost greenish shimmer over it that makes it a little hard to make out the central figure. It's almost like when you're looking at someone's computer screen, but they've got like one of those screen covers that makes it so you can only actually see what's on their screen at a certain angle, but in a more greenish, sort of glowy haze rather than a blackened sort of surface. But Rykard, you can see almost like over the shoulder of the figure within the sigil, who then seems to turn to sort of face you, and you can see his like long, like sort of long curly-ish braid seems to sort of toss over his shoulder, and he looks your way. He seems to be able to tell that there are other figures there, but again, he seems to be far more in focus for you, Rykard, than for anybody else.
Gotcha. Completing his work, taking a second to kind of look back, a little bit proud, got a little bit of a smirk on his face. Speaking to Magnus, he'll say, "Hey, where can we meet you? Got some stuff you might be interested in."
There's a momentary pause, and you think you see Magnus within the sort of vision that you see. You're trying to make out some of the things around and behind him. Can you go ahead and roll either investigation or perception for me, Rykard?
Yes, I can. Investigation. Perception. Do perception. 17.
All right. Looking at the sort of space behind him, you think you can see like a little bit of light behind him that resembles perhaps like some stained glass. He appears to be somewhere you haven't seen before, and there's this like tall, elegant, carved statue of what appears to be a woman with like a blindfold over her eyes and like a large tome in her hands, just like a carved statue. It stands out to you, but you don't recognize the figure of this statue. He sort of gives almost a nod, like he's considering what you're saying, and says, "I am presently occupied in deep meditation. However, I can come and meet you. Alternatively, should you prefer a more formal entente, you can come and see me in my personal study. Come to the Trove Athenium. From there, speak to Amadou Godreau. They will guide you to my personal hall."
Alrighty. We'll see you there.
He gives a nod. "You may find it difficult to find this space. One at your rank is typically not allowed within these spaces. However," he gestures towards the chalk, "there is another sigil you can use with that device that will allow you to find your way a little more clearly through the Vermilion Crest spaces. Doing so does use the item, however."
Gotcha. What's that look like?
he does like a series of intricate sort of gestures with his hand, and wherever his finger sort of moves in its sort of long blackened glove that is covered in like metal pieces, almost like an intricate gauntlet. The tip of his sort of pointer finger, as he swirls it through this the air in front of him, forms a series of intricate arcane symbols. Rykard, you commit them to memory as quickly and easily as possible.
Can the rest of them hear our conversation? Like, can they
The
hear
rest of them
Magnus?
can hear it, but it feels like almost like you're hearing it through water. Like the words feel muffled and odd. Like you guys can kind of vaguely tell what's being said, but you can't tell who it is that's saying them. Like the voice feels like discordant and crunchy almost.
Gotcha. Cool. Gotcha. You guys see Rykard speaking back to the voice. He's kind of rubbing his chin. He's got the cigarette in his mouth. You see him kind of like with his own fingers in the air, kind of tracing out some figures, some signs, like a drawing. And you see him sure of himself. Okay. All right, we'll make our way there.
The sigil sort of fades off of the wall, and it almost seems to turn to like sand. Like all the chalk that was on the wall suddenly renders itself inert and then just falls like dust or sand onto the ground.
All right. Decisions to make. Grove Athenium. Does that ring a bell to any of you guys? You ever heard of that?
I don't know. Have we?
Does it ring a bell to me?
Is that somewhere we've ever been?
I don't believe so. No.
No, we have not been there, but have I
Gotcha.
ever heard of this place before, or where it might be located?
Roll a history check at disadvantage.
Well,
Damn.
Ah,
could have been
that's
at
so
20.
sad.
8.
Thinking about it, Alexios, you know that an Athenium is usually a scientific organization or a room that's used as an archive. It could be either of those things, but you've never heard of this specific place. And again, every time you sort of go to Vermilion Crest, you find out that there's another place that you have yet to hear of here. You wonder for a moment if Lyre Song is quite so expansive and has so many hidden places.
It is likely an archive, or some place of scientific study, but I do not know precisely where it would be in Vermilion Crest. It's quite expensive. So please lead the way, Rykard. You seem to know the place better than us.
Yeah. This place, I don't know where it is, but he said that I could use this chalk and sketch it out and it would help us find the way, but I use it up. I don't know if it's... I mean, staying in contact with them seems to be kind of an advantage.
Could he not just give you more chalk?
I don't know. Whatever. He will just hand Rowan his cigarette and begin sketching this whole big grand circle that Magnus just gave him on the wall.
All right. As you begin sketching out, again, another intricate sigil, you see that as you sort of do the different strikes and strokes of the chalk, you see that as the sigil begins to be formed, it goes from a green sort of neon coloration to the magic slowly turning into an orangey red sort of hue instead. And as you finish up the circle, the symbols sort of swirl off of the wall, and you see a reddish light seems to appear, almost like a reddish version of the northern lights. They extend out before you, and they seem to form a path in the direction that you would like to go.
Perfect. You see him kind of dust his hands off. Thank you. Appreciate you holding that. Take a cigarette back and begin following the light.
All right. As you follow the light, how do all of you feel seeing that Rykard seems to have been speaking to a figure who is a little unidentifiable and seems to have this item?
Ian is kind of, I think he's like a little bit shocked, but then kind of thinks that, like, all of us have like these different orders and different tasks. Perhaps this is just how like Vermilion Crest works. He's not 100% sure about that though.
I feel like Boone is naturally distrustful, so she's being cautious, but following along.
Rowan is very curious, so he's definitely watching closely, but he trusts Rykard implicitly, so I don't think he's hesitating at all.
Yeah, I think Alex is just still very tense, very quiet after the conversation that we had earlier this morning, but he's taking everything in, and some dots are beginning to connect with things that like Rykard has said about conversations with Magnus before. He seems to be deep in thought about this, but it seems to be tense, but going along with the group.
All right. As you all follow after Rykard, following this shimmering red energy that seems to guide you through different spaces, you continue to pass again through a series of different arcane doorways that give off different shimmer and glow. There seems to be, for everybody but Rykard, no rhyme or reason to the turns and the movements. But Rykard, you have this feeling that you're beginning to notice patterns that feel almost magical or extraplanar or something that it doesn't feel natural for you to grasp, but something is allowing you to understand the pattern and know which way to go. You're not sure if it's just the chalk and the magic that you've used, or something else that is allowing you to understand the labyrinth that is your order, and the very myriad turns and ways that you must go. You pass underneath a long hall that has an open ceiling, where above you can see what seems to be a river or a waterway suspended above you. And you can see from down beneath fish and seal and otter-like creatures passing through the water overhead. You pass through a large sort of circular space with a large dome atop that has a large mechanical and clockwork-esque telescope, and there's a number of different individuals who seem to be moving about. You see a gnome and a tabaxi sort of hunched over a long map of the stars and the moons that they seem to be writing calculations and speaking quietly to one another over. You see a powerful beam of glowing light that seems to be suspended in the air. There are individuals floating around that seem to be casting some sort of spell, maintaining this ribbon of magical energy. You continue to pass along. You move through a long hallway that has small alcoves set into the wall, and each of these alcoves holds what seems to be some sort of canopic or Masonic jar with different carvings etched on their surface. And as you pass through all of these spaces, taking turn after turn, the time extends out around you in a way where you cannot tell exactly how long it has taken you to get to your final destination. But eventually you reach a space that seems to extend upwards like a tall, elegant tower. There is a spiraling staircase that curves upward at the center of this space. And underfoot is an elegant rug that seems to have different little symbols all around its pointed star-like edges that represent the different schools of magic. There are shelves that extend from the floor all the way up to the distant stained glass ceiling, extending up at least 10 flights of stairs. There are floating through the air these almost golden spheres that are about fist-sized or so, and they are covered in arcane sigils, and they seem to be floating and milling about. They give off a slight glow off of a central carved eye, almost like floating little lamps, but they flutter about on silver filament-like wings, moving around rapidly. There is a central desk that is curved like a semicircle or a half moon at the foot of the stairs, where you see 3 Vermilion Crest individuals who are dressed not only in the colors of the order, but very elegant robes. You see that one of them appears to be an Owlin, who is wearing a elegant headdress with beads and very elegant earrings. However, they seem to be sort of just like set into the side of feathers, seeing as there are no like visible actual ears on this creature. Just sort of like earrings pinned into their feathers. There is a halfling who appears to have very like almost golden blonde hair that is tied up in a series of stumpy yet elegant braids with a series of different hairpins, and it looks like a bunch of quills for rapid use have been shoved up in their hair as well. And there's a tall, regal-looking elf who has a long brown hair in one very thick fishtail braid that seems to reach down to their ankles. And they have like a long, elegant robe that stretches out far behind them. There are other individuals that are milling about the space, but they don't seem to pay any of you any mind as you enter. And you have a sense that there's like a crackling, almost tense magical energy in this space that makes it feel almost beyond your reach. The other thing that stands out to all of you is that flanking the entrance as you pass into space are 2 tall statues. They extend up all sort of 10-ish flights of stairs or 10 floors of this space. One is a statue of what looks to be an angelic figure with wings sort of tucked behind their back, heavy, elegant plate mail, and a long scythe in their hands. And on the other side, there appears to be a statue of a mirror, but a flipped and twisted mirror of that figure, an almost impish or devilish looking figure with arcane or elegant curved back horns, almost like ram horns, that seem to have massive metal spikes coming off of them. Both of the statues are covered in elegant metallic filigree, but they do appear to be carved solidly, either through magical means or otherwise, out of black marble. There are candles that float through the air, giving off a dim glow, but through the domed ceiling of this place, light seems to filter through the elegant stained glass up above that seems to depict two goddesses holding hands. One appears to be blindfolded and is holding scales in one hand and a tome in the other. And the other appears to be a beautiful, elegant woman with sort of like a giant, sort of curly set of hair that seems to extend far beyond, sort of outside of the actual dome of this art. And she seems to give off just this beautiful glow. Her skin appears to be sun-kissed and dark with a sort of metallic tinge to it. And they appear to be holding hands sort of centrally at that space.
Pretty sweet. Is the red light filtering into this room at all? Or is it kind of stop
Yes.
here?
It seems to extend into this room and then sort of stops near the desk.
Okay. I'll walk up to the desk. You said that there was like an owlin and two other people there?
Yes, there's an owlin, a halfling, and an elf.
Gotcha. I'll walk up to him and just say, any one of you Amadeo?
The elf sort of quirks her eyebrow and says, I am Amadou.
Amadeo. My apologies. Magnus told me that you could get me in contact with him. He's meditating right now.
She quirks an eyebrow a little skeptically as she looks over your group. You can tell that she's sort of taking stock of each of you, looking over the close of each of your orders, and you see that she looks over towards the sort of red shimmer that seems to follow after you. And she says, to what does this issue pertain?
An item he may be of interest.
She narrows her eyes slightly. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check here, Rykard.
14.
She looks over each of you and then gives a small nod. Very well. Follow me, please. And she walks towards one of the walls and does a sort of drags her hand down through the air. And you can see flying off of the shelves, a series of tomes fly towards her rapidly, and then form a set of stairs that just seem to be suspended in the air. She begins walking on the tomes that are just floating in the air and gestures for you to follow after her. The long train of her elegant robes dragging after and sort of falling around the different tomes.
Yep, I'll follow her lead.
She looks back over her shoulder towards you, Rykard, and says, "Are you new to our order, young one?"
Yeah. I suppose you could say so.
You keep interesting company.
Yeah, they find me.
Where have you been so far, young one?
Well, we just came from the Eastern Outpost. We've been a lot of places. We were on a quest for some Talca root for a while. That took us a lot of interesting places. Yeah. Don't know if I could point to them on a map, but done our fair share of exploring.
There will be more for you to explore, I'm certain. Do you intend to stay upon this island?
He'll look back towards the party. I would like to. Don't know where these guys are going, though. How long have you been in the Order?
My own time in the Order extends back many a decade now. Know that there is safety and comfort in staying in one place, but it is in the discomfort and the fear that we learn and grow. A comforted mind is a stagnating mind. Should you find yourself in need of guidance, she gestures as she sort of continues to have these tomes appear before all of you. Go to the Oracle Orrery. They may be able to provide some sort of guidance for where you should go next. But it is intriguing to hear that you have been to the Eastern Outpost. There are many stories that come from that place.
Yeah. We've had our fair share of experiences already there.
She nods as you reach the top of the sort of elegant and curved staircase that she has created before you. You find yourselves right beneath the dome of the stained glass. She places her hand on the tome that is sort of set into the glass that one of the goddesses seems to be holding, and you see that she pushes up against it lightly, and it opens like a trap door. She gestures for you each to step up and through it.
I do so.
Yep. Step through.
Olive?
As you each step through this trap door, you see that she gives one sort of last firm nod and says, the captain will be with you shortly. And she lowers the trapdoor back down behind her. Can everybody go ahead and roll perception checks for me, please?
Uh-oh.
23 per session,
Great.
23. Open
Great.
your eyes, guys. Oh my god.
She locks the trap door and
eyes
we all
are
starve to
closed.
death down here.
End of campaign.
Yeah.
As you take in your new surroundings, you see that the place that you find yourself in now is not necessarily so elegant or extravagant as the last place you found yourselves in. Instead, it feels a little cozy and perhaps a little homey, a little more subdued than perhaps you expected to see this space be. You see that you are in what appears to be an office. It is filled with sort of warm wood-like tones. There are glass, again, sort of arched windows in the space, and there are shelves that are filled with dusty poems and texts and books and scrolls. There is again, sort of like a clear glass jar that seems to hold some dried flowers within it. There's a long, sort of deep, warm, reddish rug that's circular at the sort of center of this room, and there's very little light in the space, aside from a few oil lamps that sort of have flickering light in them. What stands out to you, Rowan, as you take a look around the space, is that although the place seems homey and subdued, there's a large sort of fireplace behind a thick wooden desk that lets out a crackling fire. You can feel sort of the prominent magic that thrums through the air in here, Rowan. Through the glass windows, you notice, oddly enough, it looks as though this place is sunken beneath the ocean. Peering through the windows briefly, you see that the light is diffuse and dark, as though you're in a shipwreck deep beneath the sea. You can tell, Rowan, as well, that there's many protective charms that seem to be floating through the air in here. You can almost naturally sense them in the space. You notice smudges of chalk at the edge of the rug, leading you to believe that there's likely some sort of circle beneath the rug itself. You can see that on the desk there are a series of interesting items that seem to be stacked all over the desk. There is a silver hand mirror. You see several cases, glass display cases throughout the room that all seem to have a series of sigils and locks upon them, with interesting items kept within as well. And you notice also what appears to be a bowl of water, a silver bowl with like sort of perfectly clear water that seems to be floating just above the desk at the side. You do have a sense that the individual that you're here to meet, Magnus, does not appear to be here immediately if you did want to take a look around. Or perhaps it would be wiser to wait.
Did the person that let us in come in here with us, or are we in here alone?
You're in here alone. She closed the sort of trap door behind her.
Oh, yeah. Once the door closes, Rowan will kind of clear his throat. I can't really tell what everything is, but there's definitely a lot of magic in here. I would be careful. Maybe don't stand on the rug either.
Harry, can I try and find the most interesting looking thing in the room?
Absolutely, you can. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
I would love to. 15.
15. Looking around the room briefly, and sort of avoiding that rug a little bit based on Rowan's advice, you wander around the room until you find floating sort of aloft just between two stacks on a shelf. You notice what appears to be a globe, almost like a floating crystal ball. But looking inside of it, you see what seems to be an illusory sort of topographical map that you recognize based on your own map making, of course,
Of course.
to resemble a section of the island. You can see a storm seems to be rolling in magically within the crystal orb as well. You sort of hover your hand over it, Boone, and just sort of like move your hand just barely above the surface, and it's almost as though you had scrolled or toggled on like Google Earth as it begins to move around. But it reaches an outer limit where everything seems to fade to sort of like a gray point. Like it cannot load any further information. Beside that, you also notice what seems to be an hourglass that is suspended in the air sideways. And you can see that the sands within the hourglass seem to be moving in like a figure eight. Just very, very slowly, the grains of sand shift and move.
Can I poke it?
You poke it, and you notice the grains of sand, almost as though you were like magnetic, and there was iron, like little bits within, all seem to drift towards your finger, but as you pull it away, they go back to their natural pattern.
While we're still alone in here, would I be able to use my magic initiate feature to cast detect magic?
Absolutely, you can. As you cast Detect Magic and you take a look around the room, it's almost like being flashbanged. Everything gives off a pure magical and powerful magical essence. From the space itself, which appears to perhaps be magically conjured, to the various items throughout the space, there is like an insane amount of abjurative magic in this place. And you also notice a lot of conjuration and evocation magic weaves through the space as well.
Is having seen those little like chalk like markings or rubbings around the rug, can I see if there's some sort of like sigil on the floor, or maybe like sigils that we might be stepping in or interacting with, less like magic objects and more like, magic spaces?
Looking around, you do have a sense that there is a magical circle with some sort of abjurative magic underneath the rug. The exact spell,
I don't think I would see.
yeah, you don't have a sense of the exact spell that's sort of like at work here, but there's powerful abjurative magic on the sigil beneath the rug. You're not entirely certain if it would pose any sort of actual threat to you, considering like you're not trespassing or anything. However, it is very powerful, and it does make you hesitate a little.
Okay. There's only one thing that I was like super curious about looking at, which probably could be nothing. You said there was like a glass jar filled with flowers, like dried flowers. Can I tell what kind of flowers?
You take a peek as you sort of tilt your head and take a look within. They appear to be quite old, but go ahead and roll a nature check to see what you can glean.
Right. 25.
Looking over the flowers, you see plants that you have never seen before in this case. But you think you've seen in some of the tomes that your coven keeps these illustrated before. One of them is a flower that you believe can only be found in the Aether Caps, an area of the world that is largely considered to be inhospitable because of how cold it is. But you've heard stories of hermit-like and isolated wizards who make their towers there. One of the flowers has a gray, almost like sage color to it, with a thistle-like blue flower that's spiky on top. This is the one that you believe comes from the Aether Caps. You can't recall its name off the top of your head, but you have heard that this flower is highly sought after and extremely difficult to get. It grows exclusively from the fallen bodies of white dragons. Almost like a whale fall, but for a dragon, it creates a small little biome where certain plants can thrive, and these flowers are only found sort of in these dragon falls. Another flower that you see appears to be almost made out of glass and crystal, but it's of a vibrant red coloration. This plant, again, the name eludes you, but you think that it only grows in Mandragora, in the Spitfire Fields, deep at the heart of volcanoes, where ancient fire elementals dwell. The final flower that stands out to you is a vibrant, almost lotus-like flower that is large in size, with pink and golden petals. You believe that this is called a Fey Rose, and they are found either in the Feywild or on the Isle of Caroline, and they are often gifted by Fey of high courts.
Oh my gosh. Must have written in this a long time. So yeah, Rona's just kind of like enamored by those, going, from jar to jar, kind of making little like gasp sounds and kind of taking out his book and quickly jotting some things down. I'll kind of turn and look to Rykard and This guy's definitely well traveled.
Yeah, seems like it.
That chalk thing you did was cool. Did he teach you that?
Yeah, pick up a few new tricks. Being around these guys.
Do you like him? Is he nice? I know we've only seen him, I think, just the once, right?
I've seen him a couple times. But he seems fine. I mean, I haven't met anybody here yet that's like really that bad. So
I still wouldn't stand on the rug. I turn and keep looking at things.
I'll try to take a look at, not moving very much closer. I'll kind of like stay back a little bit, keeping a little bit of distance from the rest of the group. But I will take a look at like any of like if any of the books catch any interest or any of the scrolls, anything like that. Just kind of like glancing at the titles.
Hey, go ahead and roll just an investigation check for me, Alex.
Oh man, 8.
Looking over the tomes, they seem to be mostly first editions or original copies of books, which stands out to you. But none of the particular titles or authors seem to stand out to you as being of interest, and you don't notice a real pattern to his collection either. But you do notice that all of the books and tomes and scrolls and other things he has, they all seem to, again, be first edition or highly sought after.
He has a good book collection.
anything catch your eye?
All of them, truly, but nothing in particular at the same time.
It's at that moment that one of the windows swings open. And for a moment, a sort of like stream of water, like almost like a small geyser, seems to burst forth into the room. But stepping out of it, you see the chapter captain does seem to be a little bit just sort of like wet. His clothes appear to be covered in some sort of like just a sheen of water. As he steps through, you can see that his hair is sort of slicked back, where his sort of like temples have a little bit of silvery hair. His hair in its like sort of pulled back ponytail braid thing is pushed back. His clothes, his raiments, do not appear to be the elegant ones that you've sort of seen him in before. Instead, he seems to be in almost like a traveling doublet that has still the colors of Vermilion Crest, but they don't reflect his status. He has a cape sort of pulled tight around him that seems to be like soaked through, and he has like a pouch of components at his side, as well as a large, very thick tome that seems to be like clipped at his belt and covered in a series of buckles and locks. And as always, he has that long glove gauntlet that extends all the way up to his shoulder on his left side. As he steps in, he sort of pushes back the hood on his cloak, waves with an arm, and the cloak seems to detach itself from him and go and sort of launch itself onto the back of a large chair that's sort of shoved in behind his desk, almost of its own volition. Takes a look over your group with one vibrant green eye and one sort of hazily eye, almost as though ascertaining all of you for a moment, and gestures for you to come a little bit closer to his desk as he walks around it without greeting to go and take a seat. As he sits down, he does a vague gesture, and out of the ground seem to burst almost like stumps for each of you to sit on.
Take a seat.
Yeah, guess I'll take a seat.
I will as well.
I'll walk over, but I'll stay standing.
Yeah, I'll just kind of stay leaning against one of the walls.
He doesn't press the issue. Those of you that sit, sit, and those of you that stand, stand. He steeples his hands on his desk, and you see that he gestures faintly with a hand, and almost out of his hand, like pixie dust falling out, there's this like golden energy that falls off of the palm of his right hand, and a little almost elven looking, almost like a ghost appears, but it's very, very small, almost pixie sized. And it seems to pull forth like a quill, and it like sort of kicks back and sits, and a long sort of scroll appears in its hand. And you can tell that it's ready to sort of take notes about your conversation.
We catch you in the middle of something?
He gives a bit of a almost weary smile towards you, Rykard, and says, "Unfortunately, one of the obligations when one reaches my position in this organization is that there is never a dull moment."
Right. So, Alex, you want to let him take a look at it?
Alex will nod and open his bag and kind of look towards Magnus too. Does Magnus look like he kind of already knows what's happening, like what we're pulling out?
Roll an insight
Showing
check.
him. 20.
You do have a sense that he doesn't seem surprised, on edge, caught off guard, and he seems comfortable, quiet, confident. He doesn't seem shocked at your presence by any means. You do notice that he keeps looking towards Rykard as though pondering something.
And as Alex kind of like puts that together, he'll also kind of look towards Rykard and like just for a second, like there's something that kind of like flashes on his face. But then he'll turn his attention back to Magnus. Will telekinetically pull out the shard still wrapped in cloth. And he'll say, "This was in the possession of one of the Hollow in Vermilion Crest. One of the ones who we apprehended a couple of days ago after the fire. In our encounter with them, she pulled this out and seemed to be planning on doing something dangerous with it. I took it from her before she could do any damage, but in the process, accidentally touched it just for a few moments, a couple of seconds. But that seemed to be long enough for it to connect with me in some way. I have been cursed by it, we are able to determine. It has been showing me visions occasionally in my dreams, has been leaving physical markings on me as well, and we were wondering if you might be able to help us in identifying what it might be and the effect it might have."
Gives a sort of nod as you speak. Tilts his head to the side as if considering something. Says, "Many powerful things in this world are twofold, providing many a benefit, but also many a struggle. Curses are not to be taken lightly. Powerful ones may elude even the most powerful of healers. He sort of gestures towards the shard, as if asking if he can take it from you.
Yeah, Alex will nod, and he'll kind of telekinetically move it a little bit closer, still kind of keeping it mostly wrapped up in the cloth. So far, I can tell you that it is likely from Bascoliat, that the person who has this was likely involved in some cult related to aberrations, and believes to be serving some type of higher power, and that it is obviously cursed.
He nods as if all of this is sort of common knowledge and doesn't seem to be surprised by any of it. Items such as this one are quite dangerous. What drew you to take it?
As I said, it was dangerous. She was attempting to cast a powerful spell. I honestly did not mean to touch it. I was just trying to get it out of her hand. And it touched mine, and that is how it happened.
Tell me of these visions that you've been having.
Okay. Alex will move his hands and will cast Minor Illusion. And I will kind of like in front of or on top of like the desk, you'll see what Alex has been seeing in his dreams on the horizon. That kind of those buildings that almost seem to be like looking like a little bit like ribs in some cases. And also just like kind of like inky darkness. And he'll say, in my visions, I am in a place devoid of any light, walking through this kind of inky darkness. I can hear voices around me, whispering, distant. I can't make out what they're saying, but I can feel like some things are watching me. I cannot turn, cannot do anything, but walk to a place that always seems to be on the horizon. A place like you are seeing with like tall spires, upside down pyramids, tall buildings. That is all I'm able to make out from it. And as I am walking, sometimes I feel something underneath my skin, like a pressure. Almost like something is trying to tear me apart from inside out. But in my latest dream, I also saw these 6 monolithic figures, and I'll also summon them up as well as part of the illusion, rising from the darkness, but I couldn't turn to look or speak to them.
He seems to frown at the mention of the 6 monolithic figures specifically.
Do you know what those
But
are?
otherwise, he seems to remain stoic. Rather than answering you, he says, and the influence of this item upon you extends solely to your dreams?
Are physical manifestations, but that is also partially what we like to figure out. We do not know what effect it is actually having on me. I do not feel anything unusual after waking up. And Alex will kind of begin to like pull down his shirt just a little bit, like just enough to show him like a little bit of the bruises that are on his chest now.
seems to look over the bruises. Looks just over you like he's thinking. Your name, remind me of it once more. I fear I'm not as well versed with all of our new recruits as some of the other captains may be.
He's gonna be telling the truth when he says that.
Roll an insight check.
9.
It's hard to read him right now.
Alexios?
He gestures sort of over your headdress and says, "What household do you hail?"
Samaria.
He sort of seems to press his lips into a firm line and says, "It is most interesting that this item has not impacted you further. What is your age, Alexios?"
I don't understand what that has to... 19.
And which of the moons were you born under?
I see. None. Yes, I was born at some point during the anomaly. That is what you are trying to allude to.
No illusions, simply curiosity. He looks towards the sort of little spirit that seems to be taking notes on the conversation. He then reaches out with the gloved hand towards the sort of bundled up parcel, and he peels the cloth back to reveal the shard. All of you can see that it doesn't seem to be as obsidian and opaque as it was before. There's a slight bit of translucence to it, and it seems to give off a little bit more of a shimmer. It's less of a sort of like Vanta black void, and more instead of just a slight shimmering black gem. How long have you held this for? Since that day where the culprits were apprehended?
Alex will nod. Yes, the day that you were there. It was right before you arrived.
How much do you know about this item? And he covers it back up with a little bit of a furrow on his brow.
I have told you everything that I know.
Such shards, he gestures over it, are typically created from great exertions of magical energy. Powerful forces leave scars upon our world. This one, he gestures towards it, we colloquially refer to such items as shards of the anomaly. Scars made manifest on the land or on the world around, but coalesced pieces of that moment in time with its magics trapped. In truth, they can be useful. The dark energies and magics kept within can be used to powerful magical items and to strong devices. It is not so different from the powers held within a Dimatherium shard, or alternatively a magical energy source, just generally. However, the energies within can also have a corrupting force, and as such are generally avoided. They are collected and disposed of typically. However, this one, and he points towards it, seems to have been rather potent. Typically, I would expect that in the hands of one with a, let us say, one with less stringent faculties would be influenced by its force rapidly. However, you seem to have resisted its influence quite strongly. Perhaps it is your magical birthright, or perhaps something else that allows you to resist its influence. However, he gestures towards it again. At present, it seems to have bonded to you. Short of destroying this shard or fulfilling whatever binds you to the curse, I fear that there is very little that can be done for you. Though I must confess that curses are not necessarily my domain of study. The great elven sages of the Osmanthian Empire, many a century ago, believed that curses were often created by a miasma, a great wrong that required reconciling. It was the universe, or whatever forces keep our world in balance, that sought to have a wrong righted. And until those wounds were healed, a curse would latch out and continue to spread its miasma. Certainly, the Anomalim was an affront to the universe. It is very possible that until that affront is healed in some manner, that this curse will linger with you. Though many a powerful force has tried to remedy those magics. He sort of shakes his head, almost as though disappointed. Many more powerful than I have tried. Yet the darkness and the scars remain. Poison cannot be drawn from a wound if the wound is still infected. I know of some magics that may be able to lessen its effect on you, although, he gestures over you, Alex, again, its impacts upon you and your psyche as well as your physical body seem to be minimal at present. I would have anticipated that within a day one would have fallen to its influence. One of a lesser mind, that is.
And what does that mean, falling to its influence?
Held within that shard is a powerful force. Force that's connected to the Anomalim. It could be aberrant, as you yourself believe, or perhaps He sort of trails off for a moment. Something else, let us say. Many mysteries remain as of yet surrounding the Anomalim and the continued existence of the Isle of Boscoliad. I would ease you of this burden, and he gestures towards the shard. Though I fear that separation from it will provide no aid to you now. It is bonded to your soul at this point.
Alex will kind of
Short
nod.
of destroying the shard, which would require returning to its place of origin, or, again, healing the ailment that causes the curse, there is little to be done at this point. He sort of briefly takes a glance towards Rykard, but then looks back towards you, Alex. Had this been brought to me immediately, perhaps there would have been something I could have done. However, at this point, he sort of pushes the bundle of cloth back towards you, Alex. It is bonded to you. Distance, magic, these things will be but a bandage upon an open wound. That is to say, perhaps it will stop some of the symptoms temporarily, but the curse will remain. You may find that there are others that have access to other magics or abilities that may be able to assist you further. Specialists when it comes to curses, or perhaps others who can use magic to offset its impacts upon you. I have heard of witches in the wilds who are able to use palliative magics. There are other forces at play in this world and in the other planes that are able to offset such things. Or he sort of purses his lips and shakes his head. Those are your options.
Alex will kind of nod, thinking about it. We already have a plan, or at least some form of a plan of what to do, where to go. I was hoping you might be able to tell us a little bit more about any of these effects, because I have not been feeling anything truly other than just a little bit of like cold in these visions. Other than that, nothing so unusual.
He nods slowly. Are you at all familiar with a process known as ceremorphosis?
Oh, I mean, I know it. Alex know it? Maybe, yeah.
Roll or an Arcana check.
Fuck. I sure do. Oh, fuck off. No. Fuck, how much does Alex know about ceremorphosis?
More than you'd like,
Yep.
apparently.
Yup.
The influence of an aberration if we work under the assumption that that is in fact the powerful force that led to the creation of this item. He gestures towards it. Would likely resemble, based on previous experience and general knowledge of the topic, I would infer that you would initially experience severe disorientation, headaches, and other physical maladies, such as extreme nausea, before hallucinations and intense physical pain would begin to overtake you and rack your body. Your body would begin to reject its current humanoid form, and you would eventually start to exhibit further physical symptoms such as losing teeth, dark-colored vomit, perhaps bleeding from your orifices. Eventually, your bones and your body would begin to shift. There would be extreme intensive pain from cranial mutations and the shifting of the cranial plates. You would begin to atrophy in your various digits, and your skeletal and muscular structures would shift, beginning to match closer to whatever aberration you would serve. Much like an illithid, you would likely begin to develop some sort of webbing or tentacle-like appendages. From there, your hair and any tattoos, distinct markings you have would begin to be shed by your body, before eventually you would begin to have a loss of your individuality. Whatever hive mind or force pushes forth this cult would likely take over you. However, he gestures, again, a little vaguely. These symptoms did not seem to be exhibited by those that were taken into custody either. Hence, I believe that perhaps it is not purely an aberration that is behind whatever force is captured within that shard, though I would love to study it. And many within our order would be honored to do so. I fear that at this point, with its bond to you, Elixios, that is not possible. As your bond to this item becomes stronger, there will be less and less that can be gleaned by external forces. Even a powerful spellcaster, identifying its very nature, less and less would be gleaned as your connection becomes stronger and stronger.
What else do you believe might be the cause of it? If not the aberration, a fiend? I believe some fiendish entities were also part of the anomalum, were they not? They were unleashed.
If you wish to learn more of the anomalum, there are many tomes in our libraries that may be of further interest to you. However, the Isle of Bascoliat is beset by an undead influence, both due to its fading ruling class and the influence of many a spellcaster dabbling where they ought not have. The Isle's denizens are nearly all undead at this point, or changed by the environment in which they live. None who were present on that island were left unchanged by the events of the anomaly. But that is not so unusual for our world, I suppose. A powerful undead force holds influence over that isle. Perhaps it is from there. But I must confess, I was otherwise engaged, let us say, when the anomalum began and when it beset that island. There are many people who are still within our order who were present at the time, and some who are no longer serving our vision. Their accounts, at least in some degree, can be found within the Aerojaunt archives in the Hall of Memories, assuming they were not tampered with or destroyed by the recent events. Perhaps your own captain could shed some light on those events for you as well, seeing as he had further involvement. What is everyone's passive insight?
Oh my god.
18.
17.
16.
9.
Rowan, you
I'll
think you
gleam
see a little bit
anything.
of almost like a smirk on his face as he says that, but it
Oh.
quickly goes away.
Okay.
Sorry, was he trying to say that the captain had some information about the anomalum?
Yes.
Referring to
Emerson.
Mills? Oh, okay. Emerson.
No, the stinky
I'm
one.
assuming Everton, the one he had.
It's always fucking Emerson.
Right, okay.
All right.
Alternatively, you may find further information not on Bascoliat itself. And he sort of gestures as though, like, with a almost like a firmly pointed finger towards you, Alex. Like, you get a sense that he does not want you to go there, but rather the nearby places where many refugees found themselves after the event. The Isle of Victazol Unitas across the water had many a refugee back in the day, but others found fortune in the Free Irons.
Right. All right. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my head around this. All right. Although, perhaps Captain Everson could give me some information, and I am a member of Lyre Song. A large part of my reasoning for coming to Brave Hollow in the first place was related to the anomalum. I have a personal and an academic interest in going to Bascoliat eventually, and I would indeed like to be as prepared as possible for what we might expect to encounter while we are there. But now with this artifact, I have even more reason to go eventually, to learn, as it might hold the answers to what this shard actually is, and if its effects can be removed. Information that I would of course happily share with you. I understand that Lyre Song often operates in these sort of secret, clandestine dealings, but I've always been under the firm belief that such pertinent information should be shared with those who can be trusted to keep and use the knowledge appropriately. So to help us with finding this information, I was wondering if we might actually be able to request help from a researcher of Vermilion Crest to find some information about the anomalum. You mentioned that there are some people here who were involved, or who might have some knowledge, who might be able to help us.
He gives a slow nod at that. There are many researchers who find a particular interest in the topic of the anomalum based on its recency. Should you require assistance in researching the topic, I could be persuaded, certainly, to assign someone to the task to assist you. Especially if you are, he gestures vaguely, honest, in the sense that you wish to share information.
I am. But perhaps you could also share some more information with us as well. Somewhat related. You mentioned that there were people who used to be part of this order, that were part of the Anomalum, who or were involved in the destruction of the Zoth Sequence Collider, who are no longer operating. As you've probably imagined, we have been to the Eastern Outpost. We have seen some of the things that are there. And we have seen much of Alien's research.
You see at the mention of that name, Rowan, specifically, you see like a slight frown that is barely hidden seems to sort of show up on his face.
Okay.
We have seen the results of her experiments. And I will be quite honest, it is beyond the scope of anything I am capable of understanding. But it does need to be dealt with. There is evidence that innocent people were being used. If there's any information that you have about Aileen or any of her research, it could be very helpful in determining what to do and what the next steps are at the Eastern Outpost.
Roll a persuasion check.
Ah,
Persuade him.
persuade, please, please, please. Okay, 20. I'll take it.
He seems to look over each of you as though he's thinking deeply. For a moment, he seems to sort of rub at his forehead as if fighting off an incoming headache. I fear that, regarding the sensitive nature of what it is she sought to accomplish, many details must be held close. However, he leans forward in his seat. The actions of one rogue, nay, several rogue agents, do not reflect the ideals of this order. Under no circumstances do I wish you to believe that whatever it is you discovered about her actions reflect what we represent. Nor does it reflect our methods. The things that researcher did in the dark, without consent or knowledge of her chapter captains. He shakes his head, and you can tell that there's he's not hiding it. There's genuine disgust that he's
I understand.
experiencing here.
I did not mean to imply that you knew everything that was going on.
Dr. Aileen, through misconceived notions, or perhaps a series of unfortunate misunderstandings, seemed to believe that it was possible to, he gestures to the space around, tame the island of Cravensbone. This is a school of thought held by many scientists, those that dabble in the notion of controlling life force, the nature of magic in the world around us. Many believe that all that exists around us exists to be controlled or tamed or put under the boot and heel of those who are more powerful or knowledgeable. It is a very... He seems to hesitate for a moment and speaks a little almost softly. It is a very Agnan school of thought. That there is supremacy, and it must be exerted in some way. That those who know more should be allowed to control things around them. She believed that if the essence of the island could be put into a container, and he gestures vaguely as he says that we could control the shifts of this island, as if the shifts aren't a natural part of it. She believed that if the essence of the different aspects of the island could be brought to heel, that one could control which biome was where and at what time and to what extent, which would allow us to navigate the island more readily and understand its secrets and its nature to a deeper degree. This is not the prevalent school of thought that is held by most in our order. Most believe that there are secrets to be delved and explored and uncovered, certainly, but most understand that we should not be, for lack of a better word, terraforming this island to uncover them. This island is unpredictable, yes, and it is, by its very nature, chaotic. But rather than trying to change the way that this island is, well, here you have me philosophizing. The good doctor's methods were unorthodox, to say the very least, but she held much influence within our order for far longer than I believe she ought to have been. Her research primarily had to do with attempting to mitigate the shifts in the biomes of this island. Beyond that, she was attempting to understand the physiology and nature of many of the creatures who exist here, as unique, almost mutated creatures exist upon this island. They're not found elsewhere in our world. She believed that there could be unique medical or biological discoveries were these creatures to be studied further in depth. Her methods, as I mentioned, ranged from unorthodox to distasteful. But, from my understanding, when she was expunged from our order, stripped of her rank, of her status, and of her citizenry, let us say, in our organization, we stripped her of all resources that she had been given. She was removed from her post at the Eastern Outpost and was set on a ship to the Free Irons. I am not so naive as to believe that that was all it took to remove her deep influence in our order. My understanding is that some admired her unorthodox methods in both Deadwood and my own order. I have heard rumors that she has been seen around the island, but there is no credible, solid, firm evidence of that. Unfortunately, scrying magics cannot be used upon her, for reasons that, well, I cannot detail to you. If you have noticed her around the island, I would very much like to know.
Noticed? I would not say as much, but I think it is the belief that I'm holding right now, at least, that she might have been at least partially responsible for the attack that happened at the Eastern Outpost. 1 month, 3 months ago, depending on how you look at it.
His eyes narrow when you say that, but there isn't really much surprise that he's conveying. To what end?
That we are still not sure. The most we know is that someone slipped something through the walls of the Eastern Outpost, infected some of the animals with what we suspect to be crop rot, so that way they could not help the individuals. And he'll kind of turn to Rowan as he's speaking. We saw, we were able to glimpse a vision of what had happened. I believe it had something to do with Shida Rayanagi, if you are familiar with that figure. They were looking for something.
Shida Rayanagi, you say? He looks a little confused, but he is following what you're saying.
As I said, we do not have all of the information about what happened. I mean, we were not even here, but this is just evidence from what we have found in our time exploring the outpost. And she was very interested in the forest biome as well. She needed something from there, or she needed it to be large enough in order to conduct whatever it was that she did. And so I believe that she was likely waiting until the forest biome expanded to make her attack, if she is indeed the one responsible for it.
He sort of nods as though following what you're saying, but has a frown on his face. Did you find anything pertaining to her research?
We found notes, and we found some recordings. Her notes, pull them out, are written in a cipher that we cannot understand, and will likely take some time, but perhaps Vermilion Crest has people that specialize in such things.
He nods a little. Any research notes, anything that pertains to Aileen that you have found, you can bring to my assistants down below. They will ensure that it is analyzed for anything relevant or important, but disposed of or kept safe. If Aileen yet remains on Craven's bone, he frowns. I do not believe that she would typically pose much of a threat to members of Brave Hollow, but if she is indeed responsible for whatever occurred at the Eastern Outpost, well, perhaps I should reevaluate my understanding of her. Did you discover anything else related to Aileen at the Eastern Outpost?
Did we, gang? I think that was the main things that we discovered, right?
I mean, we
We had the
discovered
wax,
two
the wax
dead bodies.
tube.
Did we, yeah, I
Yeah,
mentioned that.
also
We mentioned the wax.
bodies in the
The
basement.
bodies, yeah, the bodies in the
And
basement. Yeah, I was just
what
bring that
the
up.
experiments in the basement also, which are very much still there.
The
Yeah,
what?
there's the living things.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the-
Test
Yeah.
tube creations.
Yeah.
Which part?
As I said, remnants of her experiments are still there. We found bodies with, as you mentioned, she had quite an interest in physiology. It seemed as though she had made bodies and grafted them with other creatures, and they were in tubes that they have since broken free from. We have let the shield bearers know that they are down there. But again, we are not entirely quite sure what to do. If there is any chance that we might be able to reverse whatever she has done.
You notice, again, specifically Rowan notices that at the mention of like the two sort of bodies, he does seem like he like leans into the conversation a little bit more.
One of the bodies that we found in a separate area, she was planning on doing something with it. She had some sort of mechanism called a clockwork heart that she was intending to put into it. She had devoted quite a bit of time. And this is why we think that she would not simply abandon the research that she has here. She was quite committed to it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Two of them had tubes sticking out of them and some yellow kind of liquid dripping into them. And, yeah, no decay, just there.
And the liquid is running out. It was in a huge vat, but it is not, it is running low on whatever it was.
Yes, I was going to get here earlier to tell you about the shard, but as you can tell, we've been a little bit busy.
Indeed. He sort of stands up and seems to shift a few papers that are sitting on his desk. He gestures towards a little, almost sprite creature, and it seems to dissolve into a cloud of glittery golden dust. Where he stands, he says, "I will send a retinue of Vermilion Crest researchers to dismantle what was discovered of Aileen's research and bring it back to the Central Lodge so that it may be studied further. You said that you had discovered a clockwork heart.
Yep,
I
that's
did.
correct.
And is this device on your person at present?"
Did we take it? I don't know.
I thought we
I thought
took
we
it.
did.
Yeah.
Did we?
It's definitely
We did.
not
Party
in my
inventory.
bag.
Isn't it in the
Yeah.
party?
Definitely not in my
inventory?
bag.
Yeah, I kept it in my
The
bag
party
after I
inventory.
identified it.
Yeah, it's in the party inventory.
We're already in pretty deep. Rowan, want to let him take a look?
Yeah, sure. I'll reach into my bag and I'll slowly pull it out and extend my hand towards him, I guess.
He gestures with the gloved hand, and the clockwork heart sort of just floats through the air towards him and then settles on the corner of his desk. He gives a nod and says, "This device is extremely powerful and yet extremely volatile. I will ensure that it is put in the deepest annals of our most secure vault, so as to ensure that nothing untoward occurs with it. And that
Insight
it may
check then?
be... Yeah, go ahead and roll an insight check.
Yeah, I'd like to as well.
19.
I'll even.
Alexios, you find him hard to read, but Rykard, you can sense there's probably more to this story, or more to the research that he's insinuating. You don't have a sense that he's lying outwardly, though. Just that there's more to this.
Gotcha.
In fact, you kind of feel like, Rykard, this whole conversation about Eileen, there's been more to it, but you're not sure what.
Gotcha.
Now, as I mentioned, I will ensure that researchers from the Vermilion Crest are sent to the Eastern Outpost so as to dismantle whatever technology she has left behind and remove anything that may be of interest or potentially pose a threat to you in your continued attendance there. If Eileen was returning there for some reason, ideally this will make it so that she does not return there once more, assuming that is what is occurring. If for some reason you do encounter her, do not engage. Return back here should you notice her and her movements. One can hope that she's still in the Free Irons and that this is all something misconstrued, but alas. You have done a great boon for Vermilion Crest today. He gestures towards Alex. The exchange of knowledge is of the utmost importance. And it seems that your group is quite capable, seeing as you were able to uncover all of this at the Eastern Outpost. He sort of points a finger over your group and gestures. As such, I would like to offer each of you a token of thanks.
Kind of cock an eyebrow.
Yeah, I'll kind of look at him, but wait to see what he's doing.
Boone will narrow her eyes.
He reaches into his desk and pulls out what seems to be like a very long drawer. You notice that he taps a rhythm on it briefly, almost like Morse code. And as he opens it, he reaches in and he pulls out a long, sort of flowing robe. And he also pulls out what seems to be a like small satchel, but it seems to be heavy and it clangs. Speak with my assistants down below in but a moment, and I will ensure that you are all outfitted appropriately. But for each of you, I would like to offer one of two options. as, of course, a token of thanks for the information you have provided and the insights that you have given, along with, of course, the research that you will be providing in turn to the Vermilion Crest. You may choose between one of two rewards. He gestures over the cloak and says, each of you may take, again, of these two options. A cloak of protection. Alternatively, you may take some coin and gems.
Ooh.
Am I able to approximate how much money is in that bag?
Real as fuck.
Roll an investigation check.
Gotcha. $20.
You have a sense that there's probably several hundred gold in there.
Hmm. Harry, I'm assuming it's not like... It's like if we choose the Cloak of Protection, it's like everyone gets a Cloak of Protection.
No, you each get to choose which one you want.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I just
okay.
have a drawer of
Okay.
like 7 cloaks of protection.
He did say that he's only got the one. If you go down and talk to his assistants, they'll make sure that you're
Oh
outfitted.
shit. I see. Weird.
I'm conflicted. Because I like my Manta Ray cloak, even though I haven't been using it. I'm like, I don't know.
Money can be exchanged for goods and services.
Oh, and I need money. I have like
Yeah.
such a
I think I
expensive
need to
needs
take the money.
list.
I got too many things that require attunement.
Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot I have the Cloak of Elven
Double cloaking.
Time.
Double cloak
Double
it.
cloak. Ooh.
Boone will take the cloak for surezies.
I think I'll go for the money. I also think maybe
I would also
Rowan
go
is
for
a
the
little
money.
worried about wearing something from Magnus, possibly. So we'll just go for the coin.
Yeah, I'll also take the money. I don't want Everson to be mad at me. From Magna.
Yeah, the
It's got like juicy
Elven
embroidered
Time's
on the back of
kinda
it.
Right over the ass.
Right over
Exactly.
the ass.
I'll also take the money. The Cloak of Elven kind is just too good for Beacon at the moment.
Say cloak of protection.
Hell yeah. See, we're the only smart ones.
As
To be fair, I would
he
usually
sort of
love that if I
nods,
did not.
taking note of what each of you would like. He does sort of walk around his desk and he leads you all towards the sort of large door that you had passed through. He sort of gestures for all of you to follow as he walks towards the door. And Rykard, you do hear a voice, his voice, in your mind as his mouth doesn't move and he continues to sort of almost like speaking platitudes and pleasantries to the rest of your friends, explaining the cloaks and all that. But you hear his voice in your mind as he does all of that, as he says, do not think that I forgot our conversation. You will find the 3 items from which you can choose in your quarters at the Eastern Outpost.
Am I able to respond?
But you have a sense that you can probably respond.
I'll say, whatever you find out, I'd like to be kept in the loop.
You will be informed of what is necessary for you to know.
Before I head out, are there any more sticks of chalk? See you laying around?
You don't see any sticks of chalk laying around.
I'll keep walking.
Yeah. As we're just kind of like heading out and he's kind of escorting us away. And you are certain that it is safe for me to keep this on my person so long as I am not touching it? Kind of gesture to the shard.
What's done is done. And in truth, I believe that removing this from your person would provide no benefit.
But keeping it does not increase any risks of anything. Yes?
It should not increase any risk. The effects of the curse that afflict you may become more prominent if the curse is ignored, but that is typical of such things. For whatever reason, you do seem to have some sort of natural affinity, let us say, for this item. It is not impacting you in a manner that I would have expected.
Okay. I'll come down. You can see like he's kind of a little bit more like relaxed now after this conversation with Magnus than he was earlier. As I said, if we learn more information, we will be certain to share it with you.
He gives a nod and a bit of a kindly smile. Now then, should you discover anything more about this Dr. Aileen, do not hesitate to share the information with myself or another member of Vermilion Crest who is reliable and would be able to bring the information to me. You may find more Vermilion Crests milling about at the Eastern Outpost in the coming days, so as to move whatever items and pieces of research that yet remain from the Doctor. I will send over a researcher who is particularly well versed in matters relating to the Anomalim to assist you. I assume that it would be beneficial for them to remain at the Eastern Outpost for you.
Very, yes.
Very well. I have just the individual in mind. He gives a small smile. Speak with Amadou at the bottom of the stairs. She will ensure that you are outfitted as necessary, or that you are rewarded with the coin and gemstones as discussed. He gestures for all of you to leave his office as he opens the door.
I'll walk out.
Thank you for your help. As I walk out the door.
He gives a small nod, and you can see that he sort of looks over your Clefjordian headdress beacon. You notice he seems to sort of look over your armor as well, as though he's thinking about something, but doesn't say anything.
He doesn't say anything. I will just have him just leave.
Harry,
Mhm.
when he would have walked in while I had detect magic up, what does Magnus look like? Like what kind of?
Looking over him with detect magic, you have a sense that, again, there are several powerful magical forces and magical items on his person. You notice that there seems to be some illusory magic over him. You also notice, again, powerful abjurative magics. The spellbook at his side has abjurative magics on it as well. He has a wand at his side as well, tucked into his belt. The cloak that he wears is magical. And you can tell that there's powerful magic emanating from his left eye and his left arm as well. Beyond
Okay.
that, he just generally seems to have a lot of spells cast upon himself. One example would be something to the effect of like a mage armor cast on him.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
As you all head down the stairs, he firmly shuts the door behind himself, and you find yourself standing at the top of that strange spiraling staircase of books that leads back down to the front desk. You're all able to gain your reward from Amadou down at the desk. You can either add a Cloak of Protection to your inventory, or you can add 300 gold pieces, 5 platinum, and 10 silver, plus an 100 gold piece diamond, and an 100 gold piece pearl to your inventory.
Sorry, how much silver was that? Can you repeat the gems again?
100 gold piece diamond, 100 gold piece pearl.
We're rich.
For real.
And as you gain your rewards, let's take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Okie
That's
dokie.
good.
Good, pretty good.
I mean, these are rich kids though, so it's probably like nothing for them.
I like money.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't actually a lot, but you know.
It feels more like home.
Yeah. Real.
Right. What else would you guys like to do?
Well, we were
I
just
think we
discussing
said
that we probably dropped
We would
off
turn in all
their
the
information.
research. Yeah, like the cipher and stuff that Magnus had asked us to drop off.
And then after that, are you guys going shopping, or are we
think we
going
gotta
back to the
find Ergo.
outpost?
I think we need to find Ergo before going shopping.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're
Gotcha.
asking me.
I would like to go back to the outpost to see what stuff I got, but
I want to know what researcher we're getting at the outpost.
Yeah.
true.
why
We have
was
to
that
meet them. I
so-
forgot about that.
We do have to meet them eventually.
Why did he
Yeah, I think
smile?
it'd be
about
better.
It better not be a
know.
bitch we already know. I'm gonna be pissed if it's like Greylock or someone.
Greylock. If it's Illyria, oh my god.
No, she's in with Liar Song. That's your bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, true. True.
She took your job. Don't forget that.
She did, yeah. Alright, but yeah, no, I think the play is we get ready to go and find Urgilts.
Hmm.
All right.
Rowan, have you spoken to Urgilt, this morning? Or just last night?
Not today. I mean, I thought about it this morning, but then that bird crashed into my window, and then I came to look for you, and we've just been going since. Should I now? Oh, are we leaving now?
If we are going to go after him, I don't think it would hurt. Is there anything else anyone has to do here?
Here? No.
Nothing important.
Wait, did
Is there
Rykard ask
something
us to
you
go
have to
back
do
to the...
Rykard?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the outpost. Meet up with that person
Why?
that's researching.
I mean, he's probably not going to, or they're probably not going to be there right away.
I have no idea with how quick these guys move around. They teleport.
Well, if we need to, I could reach out to Urgilt there. I mean, it would be better if I could take some time to reach out to him, so I wouldn't have to expend as much energy.
But ain't he closer to the Brave Hollow?
We could teleport back from the outpost
Or-
fairly easily.
Pretty quick.
Yeah, but why would we go back to the outpost?
To go meet the researcher. Like I
They're
said
not
2 seconds ago.
there, though.
We don't know yet.
But we just got out of the meeting.
We don't know. And besides, Ron has to take a second to contact Urgilt, so just take a second there.
I guess I could nut too to see if anything has happened, you know, with the shield bearers and that place. Didn't really check up on them before we left.
Didn't you also need to help the cows?
We could probably help, like, one of the cows, maybe. I think Beacon can too, maybe. I don't know.
Yes, I can. I can expend some resources. As many of the cows as we can.
At that, she'll nod.
We can just head back for now, then, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. It takes some time to find your way back to the teleportation tower with the many teleportation circles. But as you do, you notice a familiar attendant who seems to not really be paying as much mind to you guys at this point. You're able to find your way back to the familiar teleportation circle. And as you step upon it and once more speak the command word, the world fizzles away around you, and you find yourself in the library at the Eastern Outpost once more. Looking around at the library, you don't see a Vermilion Crest researcher yet.
Gotcha.
Well, not here.
I'll summon Rufus and just have him chill out in the space.
Yeah, I'll just find
Alright.
somewhere to sit down in the library, and I will spend a wild shape charge to get some spell weaving charges, and I will expend one to cast sending as a ritual to contact Urgilt.
Beacon. I'll kind
Yeah.
of nod towards the cows.
Yes, yeah, I will. While Rowan is communicating with Urgild, I will use my my thing. Why am I forgetting what it's called? My lay on hands. How many cows are left?
I believe
They're still
half of them
asleep.
yet remain.
Okay. Well, I will. Yeah, why not? I'll use all of my uses of lay on hands.
go somewhere dangerous.
Okay, fine.
For the
I'll
cows!
use
We have all
I'll
week to help
We can come back. We can come back if we don't need it.
Okay. I'll use 15 of points of lay
I
on
don't think
hand.
there's
So that
15
should
cows.
no. There's I need to use 5 to remove
Oh,
poison. Yeah,
okay.
so I can heal 3 cows.
Alright, you wake 3 of the cows.
I'll comfort them as they wake up. But how many are left?
I believe either 2 or 4. I'm blanking right now.
Those are different numbers.
Only technically.
Hold on, I will check, and I will
Yeah,
let you
there's
guys know.
either 10 or 14, but I can't remember.
I think
think
there
there was
were
10.
10, and we
There was
did
10.
2.
If there's 10, then there's 2 left.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And if there's 2 left, I can just use the
Yeah.
rest. It's fine, yeah. I'll use the
Yeah, I
rest
mean-
of my lay on hands.
Yes. Yes. No, it's already done. It's already done.
Fine, it's fine.
W Beacon.
I have cure wounds. We'll be okay.
Uh-huh.
Savior of the cows.
Yeah.
We're just enjoying our time with the cows.
It's like animal therapy.
Exactly.
Okay. As you reawaken all the cow-type creatures, you find that the eastern outpost is already beginning to feel a little more lively, with the shield bearers milling about, the cows back and awakened. You have a sense that it is beginning to look more like you'd expect an outpost to look. People are moving through. You notice that one of the shield bearers has taken it upon themselves to make a new log of movements and people passing through. You notice that most of the ramparts, as well as whatever defenses there are here, seem to be mostly restored, including that glitching out force field. The gate stands stalwart and strong. You have a sense that things are beginning to feel a little more reestablished here now.
Oh, yeah.
While they're doing all that, can I go off to find what Magnus left me?
Sure. You wander into your own chambers, your own tower, which is a little bit sparse. You find that just inside the door, in what appears to be a almost gift-wrapped box, you notice that held within are 3 smaller boxes. Upon opening the first, you see what appears to be a small pearl. It appears to be sort of like blackened, but something about it, it feels like it's almost crackling with energy. The next thing appears to be a set of glasses, and you can see that they appear to have like 2 sets of lenses. One is red and one is blue. And you can notice ever so faintly that on the golden surface of these glasses, there appears to be etchings of magical script. And finally, you see what appear to be a set of bracers that appear to like they're made out of leather, and they are woven.
Interesting. I'm assuming there's no labels on these things.
No, none of them are labeled.
Gotcha. All right. Rowan, how long does it take for you to do your ritual?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. Well, I'm probably just fighting him now, so. Go ahead, do your thing.
Alright. For the sake of expediency, Rowan, as you look over the different items, you notice that it's a little odd. Rykard suddenly has 3 rather powerful items just sort of at his doorstep. But you also notice that the boxes themselves appear to have magic on them. It's almost like a small like teleportation type spell. You have a sense that these boxes will disappear after a certain condition is met. The 3 items are a Pearl of Power, Eyes of Charming, and Illusionist's Bracers.
Oh.
A Pearl of Power allows, while it's on its attuned individual's person, it allows you to regain 1 expended spell slot of level 3 or lower. The Eyes of Charming have 3 charges, and while wearing them, you can cast Charm Person for 1 charge, and you can increase the spell's level for each additional charge that you expend. Then the Illusionist's Bracers allow you, when you cast a cantrip on that turn, you can cast the cantrip a second time. if you expend your bonus action.
Sick. Pretty good.
These are very cool. Are they from Magnus or?
Yep, I would assume so. You said there was the boxes or the items are going to disappear once conditions met.
Mm-hmm.
Is it both or which one?
After you do something, the other ones will disappear, I think. When you pick one, probably.
I see. He's going to reach out to the bracers, kind of look over them. I think I kind of want this one.
Take it out, maybe?
I'll take it out.
As you pick up the bracers, all 3 of the boxes sort of seem to almost fold in on themselves and just vanish from sight. However, the bracers remain in your hands.
Yeah, Rowan, I think you're right. These, that's exactly what happened.
Good guess.
Pretty good guess. That's pretty sweet, though.
Yeah, those seem pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Nice gift.
Is there anything that seems off about these bracers? Like, is there like is there anything malevolent that I feel about these things?
No. And Rowan didn't identify anything strange about them either.
Oh, okay, that's right, yeah. Do we think we have some time to attune to our new gifts?
I was just about to reach out to Urgild, so I guess depending on what he says, maybe that will mean we have a little bit of time.
How long is a short rest?
It's an hour, I think.
An
We
hour.
have an hour. We have an hour to chill.
We don't know that. We don't know what's going on with our guild.
He's fine.
I will start attuning as
I will
Rowan,
also start attuning.
yeah, starts do this ritual, but I'll be prepared to break it if I have to. It's real bad.
If he's like dying or whatever.
Yeah.
Somebody better be dying.
While Rowan is doing that, and while Rykard and Rowan were talking, Alex probably would have gone and tried to talk with some of the shield bearers just to get an update on like what's been happening, like or like anything that happened last night, especially around the cellar, or anything this morning. But we can either do before or after we contact our guild. That's fine.
When you speak with the shield bearers, you find that there's little to update you on. Nobody, aside from yourselves, has been in and out of the outpost to the extent of their knowledge. However, they have received word that there will be some members of Vermilion Crest who will be coming by soon. The amount, they're not sure, but they will keep track in their own log.
Okay, and they didn't indicate who?
No, they didn't indicate who. There appeared to be no activity in the basement, and they haven't noticed anything unusual happening at the outpost as of yet. Yeah.
am I able to complete a ritual to reach out to Urgil?
Yes, you reach out to Urgold. What do you choose to say?
Okay. I got my counter up this time, so I don't go over. Okay, he'll say, "It's Rowan. We're getting ready to come get you. Where are you again? Anything we should look out for? Are you okay right now?" That's good. I was 24.
Response comes. Urgold says, "It's really dark here. Weird creatures round the corner. Go be really quiet. I hear skittering near the big mushroom. And Glowy River."
Okay. He sounds fine for right now. That sounds fine. Yeah, I guess I don't know who's around me, but I'll just kind of turn to whoever's nearby. He seems okay. I guess there are some weird creatures nearby, so he has to stay quiet. I mean, we probably have a little bit of time, but we should go soon.
I am interpreting that as finishing my attunement.
You know what?
And then
Hell
pass.
yeah. Hell yeah. Do I reattune? Oh my god.
You guys are never going to save this guy.
Wait,
We're the only fuckers even thinking about
5 more
him.
minutes.
You took the job. Of course you're the only people looking for him.
Yeah, but
No one took the job for us.
yeah, it was there for a while.
No one cares about
Nobody
the
even
ghost.
wanted it.
Yeah.
No,
what the
you were
fuck?
asked pretty
Nobody even
specifically to
wanted
do
it.
it.
So much
Yeah.
for employee protection.
How deep is the glowy river? Do we think I'm gonna have to swim in a glowy river, or probably not?
Can't you wild
Yeah.
shape?
I don't know if you want to sleep in the glory river. You know what I mean? Like, you might
Yeah.
not want to touch it.
That's valid.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then, yeah. If we're taking an hour, then maybe I will unattune to my Cloak of the Manta Ray, and I will attune to the Spell Echo Ring. Hold up my cloak and put it in my bag.
Oh my god, I have a +8 on wisdom saving throws. Alex could never.
Oh my god, I miss having a character that good wisdom saves.
It feels nice for once. It feels real nice.
It's about a -1. Didn't he?
Negative modifiers and fucking everything.
Okay, well everyone else is doing that. What's Beacon up to?
Beacon, I think honestly, I think Beacon's kind of hanging out with the cows. He's just making sure that they're okay, giving them little pets and things like that. Just waiting for everyone to be ready to get out of here.
Okay, I think Alex will probably come and join Beacon then. With the cows. To see the cows, of course.
Yeah, Beacon will see you come over. It's like, Alex, hey.
Hello.
Yeah, he'll be quiet for a moment, then he'll say, I want to, I want to apologize for being upset earlier today with the shard and everything. I kind of assumed that taking it away would be best. I just was worried that you'd get hurt where someone else would.
Many people were under that assumption. There's nothing to apologize for. We did not know.
Yeah, I suppose so.
But
This
this
is
is
just
reassuring. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry, you go ahead.
I was just saying that
nothing.
I am reassured after what Captain Tywin was telling us. But also, I don't know. I don't feel like I have any more answers than I did before.
Yeah, it is all very still a pretty big unknown for us. Do you think you'll be ready for when the time comes to go to Basqueliot?
Well, I think that is partially why we are here, yes, to make sure that we are ready.
Yeah, that's true.
Will probably take some time, I think. We probably have better bets going to the wild first, before jumping there.
Oh yes, I agree. We shouldn't go there.
What Coven has to say.
Yeah, we shouldn't go there immediately.
You're not as concerned, are you?
I'm not sorry, Sam. I'm not as what?
Concerned.
Oh, concerned. I simply can't help but to be concerned. I'll try not to. I'll try not to let emotions overtake any of my reasoning, but I can't keep any promises on that front, I'm afraid. I care a lot about you, Alex, and I want to make sure that I am strong enough to protect you, so whenever there's something that I don't think that's, I might be able to protect you from, I'm just going to get nervous about it.
You already do far more than I think you realize. I know saying so will not make it true, but I don't want you to be concerned about me. I will tell you everything. Any change, anything that is happening to me, you will know. And now we also have other people with us who can help in protecting each other.
That is true. They'll kind of look out for each other now.
That includes protecting you too.
You don't have to worry about me, Alex. I am plenty strong enough that I don't think that warrants. My safety doesn't warrant any concern.
I did see you turn to stone. It was quite terrifying.
Fair enough.
There are things that we cannot always protect ourselves from. Yes, so we need to rely on others for it.
Fine, I can see to that. Only um, if you keep the same mindset.
Of course.
If there's anything that you need, anything that you are concerned about, please let, if not me, uh, some of our new friends know.
Of course. But speaking of that, Alex will telekinetically pull out the little coin that he had found the other day that had one side had the symbol of the Star Eater, the other one, I can't remember what was on the other side.
Mhm.
But he'll pull that out, kind of hover between the two of them. I've been watching what Rowan has been doing, casting Identify on all of our items, and I think I might be able to replicate it myself. But
Oh,
would you mind just keeping an eye just to make sure nothing happens? Rowan was not able to identify it when I presented it to him. It gave him a little bit of a headache.
right. Right, yeah, absolutely. I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you. And I'll take. Actually, I don't think I cast it as a ritual. I think it just kind of happens. But let me double check with my Bastion ability. Yeah, I think it just kind of happens. So you'll see Alex will take out like the pearl that Magnus had just given us, and he'll kind of focus his attention on the coin, kind of twirling it like this way and that, trying to see it from all angles, and try to identify what it might be with the identify spell.
Mhm.
Looking over the coin and identifying it, you have a sense that there is very little magic, if any, truly imbued within it. Which is odd because you had a feeling that there was something magical about it. It gives off a magical energy, and yet when you attempt to identify it, it seems to belay effectively nothing. Looking over it, side to side, each of its faces, you feel drawn to it, and yet you seem unable to glean any information about it, Alex. Another mystery to add to your pile.
Mhm.
Alex kind of furrows his brows as he says that it was magical. I know it is magical.
Well,
I want
I
to grasp what the magic is there.
very odd. Is it possible that the magic could have disappeared from it?
No, it's still there, but does it feel like lesser magic than before, or just that I
Yes,
can't
it
like get
feels
a read
almost
on
like
it?
the magic faded.
It feels like it has faded, but still there. Like still there, but just lesser. Is that right?
Like, significantly lesser.
Hmm.
Perhaps it was like something that could only be used in a certain amount of time.
Maybe like a kind of charm. Is question, Harry, would Beacon know of like, or just like in general, of like magic kind of fading from items? In like,
Um,
yeah.
roll an Arcana check.
Could I as well? Just kind of thinking about it.
Sure.
Magic charm 19.
You know that some spells fade after a certain amount of time if they're not used, or perhaps the person who had cast the initial spell had turned their attention elsewhere. But what is interesting is that little remnants of magic yet remain, and yet are unidentifiable, like trace amounts, almost like an after image or an echo, hinting that there was magic on this coin that has now faded away.
Is there a specific school of magic it's associated with that I would get from the identify spell?
Abjuration.
Abjuration.
Actually, no, chronergy.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Does is chronology something that we know, like what that is?
You would have a vague sense, maybe. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Huh, I want to know. Fuck. Lucky point. I'm unlucky pointing this, especially for taking a short rest. 20.
You have a sense. You know a little bit about chronology just in passing. It's a very new, and yet sometimes old school of magic. A lot of research has been done by some of the members of Brave Hollow, actually, to look more into it. But it has something of a bad reputation ever since the Anomalim, considering its heavy use during that major event. You know that it typically relates to things that have to do with time, fortune, and the flow of destiny.
Okay, this checks out. It has something to do with it has some chronology magic, or it did have chronology magic on it.
It's interesting.
Sorry, Harry. One last question. On the other side of the coin, like, is there anything like depicted there? Because the only thing I remember is the Star Eater on one side,
And a sun on the other.
a sun on the other. Okay.
But,
Does it look like a religious, like symbol of the sun, or is the drawing of a sun?
It just appears, to your understanding, to be a drawing of the sun.
Interesting. I feel like I'm remembering incorrectly, but weren't some refugees from Bascolia, didn't some of them come to this island, or am I misremembering?
They did.
They did. Okay.
They came, but we found this coin with the profiteers.
Right. Right. And I do wonder where they got this.
That is what I'm quite curious about as well. I'm wondering if they have any connection with the cult that Urgelt is connected to. Because they both claim to be working for some kind of higher power.
True. They could be connected to that, or maybe they could be connected to Bascoliot in some way.
They could.
Do we...
I remember about them. They work for like whoever will pay them the most. They're like mercenaries.
Right. Okay, a silly question. I probably don't know, but does like the currency okay, first of all, do they use currency in Bascolia? And if they do we know what their gold looks like, or like their coins?
I would imagine it would have a symbol of the Star Eater.
No.
Maybe.
You don't know. You have never been
Okay.
there, and most people haven't, so you would have no knowledge.
That's fair. That's fair enough. Yeah, this is all quite mysterious.
It is another mystery for us to solve.
Indeed it is.
But I'll just kind of wait there, hang out with the cows, keep an eye out for anyone coming in, just kind of waiting for everyone else to finish their attunement.
Yeah.
Alrighty. As you let an hour pass, how do you intend to find Urgild?
I think, well, we do have to, what am I trying to say? I believe we know which direction he went from the Brave Hollow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think we should probably head in that direction. Maybe we can see, since we have to go back anyway, like if we know which direction, like there's any like large cave systems or anything like that, because he keeps saying like the place he's in is super dark. So
Yeah, we
Okay,
know he's in the Underdark area.
So are you heading
Yeah.
back to the main lodge and then moving from there?
Probably.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Very well. Okay, you head back into the library and once more activate the teleportation circle to head back to the main lodge of Brave Hollow. Once more, the teleportation circle gives a grand whoosh, and you find yourselves back in the teleportation tower yet again. The attendant doesn't even look your way at this point, allows you to head on by. Now, heading back to the central entrance takes you a little bit of time, but you make your way back to the common sort of area of Brave Hollow. You can see that it seems quite quiet, sort of near the Memento today. Not too many people milling about. There's a handful of people who are at the training grounds, and no one really of interest sparks your attention at present. Are you intending to travel by foot?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how else we would.
Yeah.
Well, we could fly, and that might get us there faster, but we might also not be able to see it as well.
Yeah,
we're
I
up in the air.
think. Yeah, if we're going like under, I think it's best to travel
The down under.
on the ground. Yeah,
Down
down
under.
under.
Alright. Having passed through the entrance and through this sort of calm, reflecting, and healing pool at the entrance of the main lodge of Brave Hollow, you wade through until you find the entrance that you had first passed through coming in here but a few days before. As you step through this sort of illusory rock face and pass by some guards that are standing near the entrance, shield bearers armed with intricate weaponry. You recall that the first area just outside is in fact a lava field. Moving past the illusory wall, you're immediately confronted with hot stone and narrow streams and rivers of shifting lava. There's a pungent, almost sulfuric stench that fills the air, and the clouds up above are dense and sort of blackish brown, an angry, russety color. You think you hear thunder roar above, and distantly you see flashes of lightning. You have some knowledge of the direction in which Urgild likely went, and you surmise from the information that you've been given that he is somewhere between 1 to 2 days likely of journey away. Who is leading your group?
Rufus. I don't know.
Yeah, would it be like a nature survival check? Like, what's the kind of
Survival.
survival? I could probably do it. I could probably do it.
I shove Rowan to the
Lead
front.
us.
I'm used to
You
traveling.
got the throw in.
I will before we begin our journey, grasp my amulet, say a quick prayer to the Scythe Queen, and try to give myself guidance on this first leg.
All right. Taking a look out at the looming lava fields, you clamber up onto a piece of stone that is slightly raised up in an attempt to get a higher vantage point. Go ahead and roll a survival check.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Can I give him my map to reference that I drew the first time we were out?
I believe that you turned the map in for
I
coin.
did. Oh, I did. You're right.
I got a 27
Okay.
though.
Maria maps on my brain.
Taking a look out at the lava fields before you, Rowan, they are somewhat of a familiar sight. You had passed this way a little while back, and things don't seem to have shifted significantly, at least not yet. You begin leading your group along narrow pathways, hopping across rocks. You hold hands out to people to help them cross sort of larger jumps, and you navigate your group around geysers and gusts, random bubbles and burbles of lava. Your journey is long and leads out into the dark hours of the night, where you find a small cave that you could hide away from the elements in. Overhead, you hear the beating of wings, the rumbling thunder, and illuminated by the occasional flash of light, you see a distant volcano. Rowan, can you go ahead and roll either another survival check or a perception check?
We'll go perception.
Perceive.
That's a 13. That's a 13.
Looking around, you don't see any signs along your journey that indicate a passage towards the sort of underground subterranean area that you are looking for along your journey. And you surmise that you likely have to go a little further upon the next day. But exhaustion and tiredness have set into your bodies at this point in time. From a day of repeated teleportation and of the long trek along the fiery area. Everything smells of sulfur and iron in a powerful and pungent manner. You're not sure if any threats will be found out on your journey, as oddly enough, your long trek seems to have gone rather quietly. You only encountered small birds flying through the sky, and nothing really else of note.
If I assume that we're bedding down for the night, could I spend another spell weaving charge and send a message to Urgilt again?
Sure, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I don't think Rowan realized it was going to take so long, as I also did not, so let's try to, yes, get a little more information and see how he's doing. So I'll reach out, I'll say, journey is taking us a lot longer than I thought. Where exactly do you remember entering? Are you still okay? We're resting now, but coming soon. That's 25.
He says, in response, big cave near big lava lake. Follow the big creatures down. Look for the bright mushrooms. I haven't moved. Still hear the sounds.
Oh. I will relay that to the team.
Does anybody know specifically what bright mushrooms he is talking about? Perhaps that could help us in locating him.
Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, can I think of anything?
I would
Along
also
the
like to
journey
ponder-
previously, when you had been in here, you had not encountered any large bright mushrooms.
But we did encounter a lava lake with the eels where the first node was.
True.
You did.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
It's possible
And
it's
what
near
was-
there, or it could be elsewhere.
He was looking for two specific things that Lucan had told us about, right? And one was like a plant that like was glowing and was bright. Well, I can't remember. Was that a mushroom or was that something else?
He was looking for the Joshi leaves.
The Joshi leaf. Okay, yeah, so it was leaves. Okay.
And milk of a Tokta.
And milk of a Tokta, yeah. Which is like a weasel, I think, like creature, if I remember correctly.
As you prepare for the rest for the night, is there anything else you would like to accomplish?
Mm. Nope, I got nothing.
Same.
Yeah, nothing.
Yep, same here. Try not
Yeah.
to die in my sleep.
Oh yeah,
Are we
I'd like
doing
to
shifts?
bed very. Yeah,
Yeah.
we should. I can take first watch.
I'll stay up with
Take
you.
first. Oh, okay. I could do second watch.
Maybe Alex should stay up with you?
Sure.
I can do that, yeah.
So who's waking
uh,
Alex up out of
I can do the last watch. I'll bring Freya out. It'll be all right.
So, those of you who are taking the first watch, go ahead and roll a perception check, please.
Yes, sir. 24.
Not a big deal. Not 20, 22. Not a big deal.
Yeah, mine's still higher. Just
Not a big deal.
go ahead and notice that.
Looking out over the lava field nearby, you can distantly see the outside of the large sort of pseudo-volcano that Brave Hollow exists within, magically tucked away. You can distantly, through the cloud cover and the haze of smoke, make out the distant wall of Verlith that separates off the rest of the island, the one area that remains constant and consistent, regardless of the shifting tides. You ponder, both of you, for a moment, when the next change in the island will be. Distantly, you're both aware of the sound of some sort of cawing bird or perhaps some other type of flying creature distantly up in the air. You hear the clanging of what sounds like swords and the firing of some strange spell-like sounds. You see shadows diving, bobbing, weaving up in the clouds, illuminated from the back by the bright, vibrant light of lightning. They seem to be heading northward. And then they're gone, and silence returns, along with the sweltering heat of a battering wind. The rest of your watch is uneventful.
Yeah.
Who said they're taking second watch?
Is that Alex or
Uh,
Deacon?
Yes.
Yep.
If I glance back at Alex, how is he resting?
Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Oh, I didn't even roll anything yet.
Alex, can you go ahead and roll for me a wisdom saving throw?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, what? Oh, is it wisdom or intelligence this time?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Okay. Not good, babe.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I can tell.
Looking over towards Alex Boone, you can see in his sleeping that his eyes are fluttering and his eyes seem to be moving rapidly behind the eyelids. You can see that there appear to be beads of sweat cresting his forehead, and yet he remains perfectly, almost unnaturally still in his sleeping.
Kind of look back towards Beacon at the end of our shift and just, or not Beacon, Alex, and frown. So I'll walk up and I'll go to prod him awake with the toe of my boot, but I'll stand very ready as I do so.
Right. Alex.
That's me.
For now.
Not for now.
I
Once
feel
more.
anything? Oh, okay.
Despite the dry heat of the strange lava field you find yourself in, there is a deep cold that has set over you, like being plunged within the icy depths. Your limbs feel frozen, as though paralyzed. You feel deep within you a lurking shadow. Something peeking. Something looking and watching. Your dreams are dark, as they have been since the first time you touched this shard. You feel unable to move, though. Where typically there is a languor in your movements, and you feel like you're trudging through sludge or walking slowly through deep sand. You feel completely unable to move. Where you see the looming distant spires, the 6 monoliths rising up above the black, you are not moving. You are not walking. You are paralyzed. The voices that typically feel distant, speaking behind you, they speak at your side. You feel icy breath on your ear. Your eyes move around, but the rest of you is stuck still. And then a darkness descends, like a blanket. like a shroud, like a curtain falling over a performance. And then it's darkness. That is it. Quiet darkness. Coldness. An empty nothing. But a feeling. A burning feeling. You see, cutting through the darkness, 6 shining lights for but a flicker of a second, and a burning pain in your sternum, a pushing pressure. And then you feel a boot tapping on your shoulder. And your eyes shoot open. And the coldness that settles in your limbs feels like it stays for a moment longer than it should. Looking down at him, Boone, you see that his lips appear cracked and dry. There's a sallowness to his face. Deep bags under his eyes. For but a flicker of a second, as he opens his eyes, heterochromic as they typically are, or slightly different from one another, they appear to be vacuous black. The darkness seems to roll back into his pupil. He looks like shit.
I got it.
Does he look poor?
No.
Well, that's
Just
a death
bad.
sentence.
Bad.
Alex, as you come to, you'll look. Boone's looking down at you, not with disdain, but with a very stoic, impassive expression, kind of like she's on a job. You do not see sympathy, or concern, but it's not. It's not apathy. It's not apathy. As she nudges you awake with her foot.
Yeah, I think as you're looking down at Alex, you'll see he's kind of like frozen in place for a second, but you'll see his eyes are capable of moving, and he's kind of going back and forth. And very quickly, all of a sudden, like his body just kind of like lurches upwards, like not in a natural way at all, but kind of like rises up to like a standing position. And just kind of looks at you, like panting a little bit.
Bad dream.
It's different. Am I okay? Are you okay?
I'll cork an eyebrow at you. Your watch is up.
Okay. Alright, good. Okay. Thank you for letting me know.
I'll kind of. She'll give you a lingering stare and then turn back towards her bunk.
During that whole interaction, you can see Rykard in the back just watching it all go down. And then he heads off to his bedroll. He has Rufus go over and cuddle up with Boone.
She'll accept him.
If no one else has done so already, Alex will go and wake up Beacon.
Alright. Beacon will wake up. And I will also ask did you sleep okay? Any more strange dreams?
Very strange.
Of concern kind of comes across Beacon's face at that.
Do you mind checking for me? And Alex will kind of pull down his top a little bit to see if the bruise has gotten any worse.
Yes, I will look at the bruise. How's it looking?
Go ahead and roll a medicine check.
I'll try. I'll do my best. That's investigation. Medicine. Glim.
You see a bruise sort of right between Alex's ribs. Again, it looks like a large, almost claw-like hand had been pushing through his skin. And you see that there are sort of 5 points where you would have expected, like, nails to have poked through. They look like tiny little, almost pinpricks, and a little bit of blood has welled up at those spots.
Oh. Yeah, Beacon will look at it like you're bleeding a little bit.
Oh. Look down then. Does it look normal, like the blood?
The blood looks normal.
Beacon will kind of put his hand where the bruise and like the pricks are, and he's gonna just cast Cure Wounds. It just hopefully that just see if it closes that up. I don't know if it does anything.
Sorry, are you casting a spell
Cure.
to help heal him? Cure Wounds?
Yeah, Cure
You,
Wounds.
you do see that the wound stitches itself back closed, but whatever damage happened to Alex doesn't seem to have harmed him in a bodily sense.
You see that Alex looks quite a little bit more relieved as you cast Cure Wounds. And very similar to other magic that you've cast by having to touch him, he kind of leans into it a little bit more than you'd expect. Yep.
Very. Beacon does notice, and he trying to think of this guy. He looks for a second. He's not sure, how he should react to it. But you do notice that he's blushing a little bit. And as soon as the spell ends, he's he kind of takes his hand away. He's like, "Oh, is that feeling better?"
Yes, much better.
Great. Let's
Thank you.
Of course, anytime. And I guess we'll begin our watch.
All right, go ahead and roll your perception checks. We'll do it separately. Alex, you're at disadvantage.
Oh no.
Oh
Oh
no.
no. That's really bad.
As
I smell an exhaustion.
Quick.
the memories of your strange dream yet remain.
Oh hey, 22. Fuck you.
Okay.
Your concern, oddly enough, is primarily focused on Alex at this moment. and you find yourself watching him, attempting to see if your compatriot is actually all right. Alex, as you stare out at the horizon, attempting to see over the lava fields and through the haze and the strange dry fog, you look out towards the horizon, and through the flashes of lightning, you see shadows. Shadows of 6 distant monoliths. But they fade. With each passing flash of light, they're there one moment and gone the next. You have the sense, these echoes, these dreams, they have some significance, but you're not sure of what. And the memory of them lingers.
Are these flashes coming from the direction of the Bracity?
They're just on the horizon for you. Looking out, it happens to be like a northwestern direction, but they aren't consistent. And much
Okay.
like in your dreams, they're distant from you. But nothing else of note appears to occur over the course of your watch.
If I point them out to Beacon, like as like the lightning flashes, and if it's happening a few times in a row, does Beacon notice what I'm seeing?
Beacon is primarily focused on you, but also Beacon, you do not see what he's talking about.
Yeah. Well, I will say as much. Yes, I don't see anything. I'm sorry.
Maybe this just, I don't know, kind of rub up my eyes a little bit. Perhaps I'm just seeing things on the horizon. But over the course of the long rest, he'll also talk to you about his dream, Beacon, and like explain what was happening and how it was different than before.
Yeah, Bean will just listen and absorb the whole thing.
All right, but as we're finishing up, time to go wake up Rowan.
Mm-hmm.
It's my turn.
It's your turn.
Your turn. You'll kind of see that Alex kind of looks like shit. If you don't
Yeah.
mind, perhaps when we are finished sleeping, if you still have that spell prepared, it would be very helpful.
Yeah, of course. Did you have like another bad dream or?
Alex will nod. We can discuss it together in the morning.
All right. I'll help you then, I guess. I'll keep an eye while you're sleeping too. And I'll kind of snap his fingers and summon out Freya to kind of. He just kind of like hops and trots across the area just so Rowan isn't alone on his last watch. But then I will try to keep an eye out and also look over Alex during my watch.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a perception check, please.
11.
Right. Looking out, it's hard to focus on both Alex and your surroundings. You have a sense that there is strange chaos at work in the world around you. The weather seems unpredictable as the wind suddenly picks up and that dry heat is joined by a pelting blast of kicked up sand and dust and rock. But nothing of note seems to occur over the course of your watch. Alex's rest seems still and cold, but it doesn't seem as though he is actively reacting to something.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is there anything else you would like to do during the course of your watch, Rowan?
No, I don't think so. I think, most of his watch is just him trying to perceive what's outside, but then kind of his focus getting torn away, turning back to watch Alex to make sure he's not, nothing bad is happening. But that's it. I'd probably wake everyone up at the end of my watch once morning comes.
Heavy winds and a buffeting storm, and you are all sort of pummeled and pelted by dust and rock.
Oh, is my audio being weird for y'all?
Yeah, Chris, your audio is kind of weird right now. Dang, I guess he's dead.
Oh, here it is.
Oh. I just figured I'd rejoin to see if that helped. I don't know.
You sound okay now.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh. Okay, am I back?
Oh,
Okay, Oh, no, not back.
you're
Say
back.
something, Chris.
Welcome
Say
back?
something.
Hold on, I think it's Discord. I just want to I want to relaunch it. Give me one second.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
Don't worry about it.
When we left off, Alex and Beacon were having rowdy gay sex in the cavern mouth while everyone was
Right.
asleep.
And yeah,
Start-
I'm just waking up.
Yeah, and you didn't get to hear it because
Okay.
you only got an 11.
Well, no, because you're just
Great.
waking up.
Right, yeah. Okay, so I finished my watch, and if it's morning, I'll start waking everybody up. I don't know what happened.
All right, you wake up the rest of your group and prepare for a day heading down into the next area, assuming that you, of course, are able to find it. As you all wake, Rowan, are you going to be leading your group once more?
Yeah. I feel pretty confident about how yesterday went, so I will try again.
Can we remove the curse?
Oh, right. Right. Yeah. No, I know. Before we get up and
I know.
leave, yeah, I will, hold on, let me mark my long rest. I will spend a wild shape to get my spell weaving charges, and then I will spend 10 minutes to ritual cast remove curse on Alex, kind of focusing on whatever new ailments I might see, or just try to shed off the most recent layers of looking rough.
All right. As you cast Remove Curse on him, attempting to alleviate some of the pain or the tiredness, the coldness, Alex, you feel a little bit of cold roll out of your limbs, and yet they still feel almost staticky and stiff. There's a coldness and a preoccupation with the strange dream that you had that just seems to linger in your mind and is unshakable.
Feel like it helped
Oh,
at all?
a rub. A little bit, but not as much as last time. It is probably fine.
Just try to make quick work of today, then.
Sounds good.
I'll get up and kind of, again, rubbing my amulet, a worry stone. I'll cast guidance and try to begin leading us towards Urgild.
All right. Not Rykard, sorry. Rowan, would you mind casting a survival check, please?
Yes. is good today? 9. Or that's not 9/11.
9/11.
Today is 9/11.
Nobody ever wants to talk about 9/11.
You fail your survival check, it's 9/11.
Not again.
Not again.
All right. You continue leading your group in a slightly westward direction this time. As you head off that way, Rowan, you find that the journey is slower than anticipated. Each time you attempt to chart a specific route, you find that the ground is crumbly and fragile underfoot, and lava flows seem to snake across your path. Any area that you try to chart seems to be filled with fog and haze and the buffeting sands that pass by. It is exceedingly difficult to make your journey, and yet you must continue to push forward for Orgil's sake. As you press forward, you notice that distantly, you think you make out the shape on the horizon after about 3 hours or so of journeying. The shape of a jagged, jutting out cave. It appears to have stalactites that resemble spikes or teeth, almost like the maw of a crocodile has raised out of the ground, but is made of solid stone. You notice the slight glow of mushrooms around the mouth, sort of speckling and dappling the way, almost like a path leading you towards the strange cave.
Turn to Rowan. Do you think that this is it?
I think so. Seems like what he was talking about. The cave that
Did he
entered
say if
in.
he was close to the entrance?
He didn't say. He just said he went in a big cave near a big lava lake. He followed some big creatures down.
I assume if we just start heading down, we'll run into him. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
We should maybe be careful though. I mean, he said he followed big creatures, but then he also said he was hearing skittering everywhere.
I'll keep an eye out for cracks as we head down.
Yeah. And I'll cast Mage Armor on myself before we head down, just to be safe. And I'll be like keeping an ear out for like any signs of, any signs of animals or anything like that.
And since we are getting close to, Rowan will kind of start to drift his hands through the air, and the shadows around us will start to draw closer. I will say an incantation, and I'll cast Pass Without Trace on us. Start concentrating on that for the next hour.
Can everyone please go ahead and roll a stealth check? You have a +10.
Oh boy.
Oh, Alex!
Oh.
What
happened?
use an unlucky point though? Because what can happen? What can happen?
Right.
It
right.
really can't be worse.
Oh, period. Period.
There we go. Okay, see, there we go. There we go.
Perfect.
31.
Your group gathers close together, making their way towards the open cave mouth. You notice along the outer edges of the cavern itself, small, almost button-sized mushrooms that give off a pale bioluminescent glow. You notice that the way down appears to have glowing moths leading down almost like a... the steepness, or rather the grade of the hill leading down, seems to be sharp and, again, covered in moss. It resembles almost a slide leading downward. And you notice that there are spikes that jut out at the bottom as well. As you all creep forward and take a peek, you have a sense that you could be cautious and safe. Potentially use rope or some other means to descend slowly, or you could slide down the chute.
I do not think we should slide down the chute.
Yeah,
I mean,
just
I'll
trying to be
hover
cautious.
regardless, so.
Yeah, let's just get some rope. And try to go down that way, and if anything bad happens, I can catch up.
Yeah. I'll start rigging up some rope.
Alright, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand check.
Alright. It's a rough day, yeah. Let's... Yep, just sticking with it for now.
Damn.
All right.
Yeah.
You all see that Rykard sort of like loosely loops the rope around one of the low-hanging stalactites, sort of tossing it up like a lasso around it. The knot appears serviceable.
Alrighty, fellas.
Okay.
Alright.
I could go first. If we'd like. I'll make sure that it is safe down there.
We are... The plan that I had was to just like have the rope attached to us as we're going down the chute, right?
Oh, I see. I thought we were kind of just climbing down one by one. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I guess if everyone is secure, Beacon will start going down.
I will follow after Beacon.
I'll just hover down.
Following.
Me too.
All right. As you all begin to clamber down, climbing into the cave, can I get a round of athletics checks, please?
Oh boy.
Do you want one from me?
If you're flying, no.
Cool.
Athletics. Ugh.
Oh,
Oh,
wait, I'm
boy.
strong.
Oh, no. 13.
Ooh, I like this music.
Funky.
This is funky.
Thank you, Kevin McLeod.
Thank you, Kevin McLeod.
Thank you, Lady McQueen.
Doing your best to clamber down the rope, you all grab on and begin lowering yourselves as best as you can with it. You find the ground underfoot feels sort of slick, almost as if it's wet and marshy, and you find that it's more of a scramble and an attempt to grab onto the rope and not slip and slide all the way down. As you move along the moss, underfoot, wherever you apply pressure, you notice that it begins to let off a powerful, pale neon blue glow. And as the pressure is removed, it turns pink before fading back to the color that it originally was. A sort of dry and yet wet, blackish sort of coloration. As you all slide down, Alexios, you find yourself speeding along, sliding faster than you intend to, and you find yourself sort of grabbing onto the rope in a manner that is very jerky and makes the entire rope sort of stagger and makes everyone in your group have to sort of start and stop repeatedly. But you don't find that you lose your grip, it's just that you're moving down far faster than you intend to. And you get a slight bit of rope burn on your palms as you slide down about 35 feet or so. As you all descend down, you find yourselves in an area with a low ceiling with mushrooms hanging down as well as sticking out from down below. On the cave walls, you see iridescent and sort of neon-like veins of color set into the rocks. You can see that there are cracks in the various surfaces all around, and there's areas up ahead, a little bit down this almost natural cavernous corridor, about 20 feet away, where it looks like stone has crumbled down from the ceiling and made for a very tight squeeze up ahead. Additionally, you also see that there are these almost squid-looking creatures that appear to be dead on the ground, crushed underneath the rocks up ahead.
Does it look like between like the creatures and like the cave-in? Does it seem like this happened fairly recently?
You would have to get closer to tell.
No,
I'd
I'll
like
get
to go see
closer.
the dead squids.
Yeah, I will go
Alright.
with Boone.
Beacon and Boone, you two go slightly ahead of the rest of the group. The forensic scientists that you are, you both squat down to
Totally.
take a look at the corpses of the strange squid-like creatures. Go ahead and roll a nature check, Boone, and you can do it at an advantage.
Anyone?
Nice.
natty
Let's
20.
go!
Show the
Let's
squids.
go.
Boone, you recognize these creatures to be ropers. Ropers are these almost like squid or spike-like aberrations that pretend to be stalactites or stalagmites that attack things in the Underdark. Looking over them, they appear to be bludgeoned, not just with rocks, but it looks like something smacked them very hard. You have a sense that this likely happened at least 2 days ago.
You think our guilt did this?
As far as we know, he's the only one that came this way. So I hope so.
There's a sign he's nearby.
Well,
Not
we
place
know-
that we're probably in the right place.
Yeah, and I'll address everyone else. We know that he got stuck in some kind of rock squeeze. Could have been here. Harry, if I look closer, do I see any like abrasive signs or anything that looks like someone may have been stuck here? Tears of clothing, something?
Go ahead and roll a survival check.
Oh my god! I'm buying a Powerball ticket right
Let's
now.
go! Boone's on fire.
Looking over the
Yeah.
area, you don't see anything of the like. However, you do see what looks like a bludgeoned, sort of like pockmark, or like a signs of blunt force. It looks like somebody caused the cave-in with maybe a large staff or a stick, or a club of some kind. You see signs of large footprints in the mushrooms up ahead, slight sort of indents that lead you to believe that someone large walked down the corridor and seemed to veer off in a western direction, Boone. You can also see that the path seems to fork to the north, to the west, and to the east. You have a sense that a large figure likely went off to the west, and you can see that there was like a large thing that they were dragging alongside them.
Hmm. Well, Urgilt said he was following some big critters. So, and I'll point kind of tentatively towards the western direction. I mean, our best guess is probably following them.
Well, we
Mm,
should get going.
That's a good idea.
Stay close and stay
Yes.
quiet.
Yeah, just and I'll kind of eye the confined spaces a bit nervously. We'd best keep out of sight though, because it's likely that that thing is what caused the collapse.
Right. Well, we'll be stealthy about it.
Moving along as you continue, are you heading over in an eastern direction or a western direction?
I think we're gonna go west.
Alright.
Yes.
Following after where the large thing went, you begin to flank off in that direction. You can see that there seems to be up ahead a small ravine that you have to cross. You notice that it is giving off a sort of shimmery quality. There seems to be like green glow coming off of it.
Hey, glowing pond.
Good sign.
Yeah. Urgot said something about that. The Glowy River.
Does it,
How
Harry,
wide
does
does
it
it look?
flow?
It seems to be very, very narrow. It's a small ravine. It appears to be maybe 4 feet across and about a foot or 2 deep.
I could make a path for us to cross if we do not want to step through it.
Harry, if I look down towards it, does the water have any direction to it, or is it just a stagnant pool?
It appears to be very, very slowly flowing. It is flowing in a southern direction.
Towards Rowan. Did Urgilt say he was following the glowing river, or?
No, when I was asking what to look for, he just said there were weird creatures around the corner, and he heard skittering near the big mushroom and the glowy river. So I assume that just means we're getting close to him?
Well, if he called it a river, it was probably bigger than this little thing, which likely flows into a larger river.
So we need to go the direction that it's flowing?
Assume.
You see any more signs of him here?
Do I?
Roll another survival check, Boone.
I'll sniff him out with my big ol' schnoz. 20.
Taking a look around, Boone, you try to see if there's any other signs that Urgold has passed through here. Up ahead, beyond the ravine, you see that the space seems to narrow, and you can see that there are signs that a lot of rock has fallen over there somewhat recently, as there appears to be something of a cave-in up ahead. A small creature could likely make it through, but even a medium creature would likely struggle to pass through the space. You do also see that there are large paw prints that seem to be heading off in that direction as well.
In the direction of the cave-in?
Yes.
Urgilt is a half-orc, right?
Urgild is an ogre.
Oh, he's an ogre. Fuck. That's a big creature.
Mm-hmm.
We'll present all this to the group, because now I'm conflicted.
Wait, what's the confliction?
Towards the cave-in, if Urgilt was following big creatures, there's paw prints that lead that way, but I mean, I don't really reckon he could fit through there. And also the water in the crack here, it flows south.
Oh, I see.
Did Urgild?
The cave-in, remember, he got stuck.
He did get
Yeah.
stuck somewhere.
Well,
yeah.
that's why I'm thinking towards
Did he-
the cave-in.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
maybe he went in and then it caved in after, trapped him
Yeah.
inside. So it's probably the direction we have to go.
Did Urgild have anything on his person that was like recognizable? Like, did he like always have like a club with him, or like a hat, or like anything
He
like
wears a
that?
chef's hat everywhere.
An apron?
He had an apron and a chef's hat.
But would he wear those into a cave?
Good question.
Maybe.
I don't know. I was thinking maybe we could search for him that way. I mean, if not that, I could try to search for what he was looking for, but that just might lead us to any Yoshi leaves down here.
Yeah, also,
be a good idea
I don't
to
know
try
if he
and-
found it, whatever he was looking for.
It wouldn't hurt to try to identify some of his clothing. See if we can follow him after this.
Can anyone do that today?
I can. I can if we have like something of his, because I don't know. I don't really pay any attention to the guy. I don't know what he wears. So, Harry, if I'm able to like go closer to the cave-in and look for any kind of sign that he got stuck there, if there was anything left behind that I might be able to like locate an object off of.
Sure.
Then we'd just be
You
locating
Music
that object.
stop.
Just get older. So we can locate the object that he has.
Real shit.
Sorry, what did Sam say?
I'm saying that if Boone casts locate object, unless you have locate person.
I don't have that spell.
Yeah, so I was just saying that like an object wouldn't help because we'd have the object with
Yeah.
us. So if he needs
You
to
would just
locate
be
something
like-
he would have on him.
I meant like if there's a scrap of clothing that got ripped from when he was, or like a
I
part of
see.
something, because he squeezed through. He's a big guy and it's a tiny cave-in, so I might be able to connect it to a hole, but I don't know.
Okay, that makes more sense.
If there's anything that fortuitous laying around, I don't know how lucky we are. Oh, great and powerful Harry in the sky.
Go ahead and roll, let's say, an investigation check this time.
12.
All right. Taking a look over the space, you don't see any objects left behind, but you can see that there's a few sort of like almost gaps in the rocks where you would assume that it looks like the rocks have been shifted somewhat, like something was moving within the cave-in at some point in time.
Okay. Well, I definitely think now this is the way we should go.
If you're certain, let's go that way.
Will
Eat
we
the
fit?
potion.
Does it look like there's a way that we can clear it so we can get through it?
You have a sense you could clear it. It would likely take you a good amount of time and effort.
Hmm.
Can we squeeze through it? Like, would anyone in our party be able to squeeze through it?
You would
I think
have
it's
to
you.
be small or tiny to attempt to.
Hmm.
Boone, why don't you go scout it out?
Am I
I'll send
small or
Rufus in with
tiny?
you. Aren't
You're
you a small
small, right?
creature?
Am
Yeah,
I
you're small.
I don't remember.
You're small.
Okay. I'll take it. I can try to, like, I don't know, squirm through. I guess
Yeah.
I will do that. Poke my head
I'll
through
send
the other
Rufus
side.
in with you.
See if there's an easier way to clear it from the other side, at least.
All right. Taking a look within, you squeeze your body in as best as you can. Can I please get either an acrobatics or an athletics check from you, Boone, as you attempt to squeeze through?
And
10, okay. You all see that with some effort, Boone is able to jam herself into the largest of the gaps within the cracks of this cave-in. As she shoves her body in, you can see that she, with effort, seems to army crawl her way through, forcing her body to be horizontal. It looks as though she's like cave diving or like spelunking. She has to squeeze through this small crevice. And as she begins moving and squeezing through, she vanishes from sight. Boone, as you begin to pass through, you find that the rock cave-in, as you look from side to side, you see that in this cave-in, many things have been sort of crushed. You see what looks to be a large, sort of spindly, spider-like leg is sticking out, like from underneath where it seems to have been squashed. You see that there is a large backpack that seems to be stuck underneath all of the rubble as well. And as you pass all the way through, Boone, you make it to the other side where you see that there's a sharp cliff on the other end that seems to drop down to an area that has several large, almost fly agaric looking mushrooms. They appear to be like 20 feet tall and 20 feet wide, but they're about a 60-foot drop straight down from you.
Looking around, do I see any like left pythons or rope or something that someone previously may have left?
Taking a look around, you see that there's like a large hammer about the size of your body has been cast aside, but beyond that, nothing else stands out to you.
It's concerning. Okay, if I look back towards the cave-in, does it look like there's an easy route of removal if I use like mold earth or something to try and clear it? At least make it wider for everyone else.
Sorry, do you mind repeating that?
If I look at the gap from this perspective, do I see like a route in which I'd be able to clear it using mold earth or something? Or at least widen it?
You don't have a sense that mold earth would quickly be able to clear it. It'll probably take you at least a minute or two to do so. It is effectively very difficult terrain, and these are larger boulders. I'd say if you spent like a solid, let's say, minute and a half, 2 minutes, just casting mold earth over and over and over again, you can clear enough space that your friends with effort could try to pass through.
Okay, question. Does there look like one of the rocks or boulders or whatever, which would be in an optimal spot where the hole is, if that rock were removed or reduced, it'd be able to make a wider gap without completely causing another cave-in?
None of the rocks really stand out to you as like super solid.
Damn. I'll call through it. I can try clearing it from this side, but it's gonna take a minute unless y'all got some way to zap through it or something.
Give it a shot.
Can we do anything on our end to help, or would that make it worse?
It ain't gonna make it worse.
I could try to help a little bit.
I could as well. I don't have any magic ways, but I can clear any rocks.
That's the goal, Beacon.
All right.
I
Well,
appreciate
yeah.
it. Alright.
All right, and I'll help too with telekinesis if there's any smaller rock.
All right, can I get all of you to roll? Let's say Arcana.
This
With the exception of Beacon, who I would like to roll Athletics.
All right.
okay. This
I cast
first roll
Fireball,
is
but,
gonna
like-
be able to see if I can even help because I'm gonna use my Bewitched Wand to try to cast a cantrip.
You have bee witches? That's
B.
awesome.
Fletcher. Okay. So that's a 14. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna use Mold Earth with my one casting, and instead of trying to move the stone with Boon, I'm going to use one of the later effects of the spell. I don't know if I can link it. But you can make difficult terrain normal terrain. So I will try to maybe make the section that we're going through a little bit easier to pass through.
Okay.
And then that's my second Arcana roll for what you asked for.
Let's take. Alright, it takes you a little bit of time, but working together you manage to clear enough space using telekinesis and mold earth and various spells and your combined strength to pull enough of the cave-in away that you have a feeling you could all rapidly move through here with a little bit of effort, but not as much as it even took Boone.
Nice.
Alrighty.
All right, let's go.
We'll move through.
Making your way through to the other side, you all see the steep cliff that drops down towards the long the cliff that drops down a long distance to that strange gorge full of mushrooms.
I will immediately look for signs of guilt.
I'll point at the giant hammer on the floor.
Oh. nice that he's here. Oh no.
Yeah, it's a bit concerning he left that.
Hmm.
Are there any footprints?
The cave-in seems to have cleared away any sort of like large pieces of evidence, such as big footprints or anything of the like. However, there is the large hammer that has been abandoned there.
Could Rufus or maybe Freya go down and take a look at the mushrooms and see if he's anywhere down there?
Sure. Does Freya want to join in on this?
Rufus is a bit sneakier than she is. Probably better to attract less attention.
Alrighty. You'll see Rufus reappears, he becomes uninvisible for a second. He's been on Rykard's head this entire time. Just didn't know he was there.
Little baby.
And he gives him a little fist bump, and he actually holds him over the edge and drops him.
Oh.
And he turns invisible and flies down.
Go ahead and roll a survival check for Rufus.
Alrighty. Oh wait, for Rufus. Let me do that. That's wisdom based.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. I have him here. He's at a +1. 20. 16.
All right. Looking around, Rufus is able to see that there appears to be sort of large footprints on top of the mushrooms down at the bottom of the gorge. He can see that there appears to be like a thin layer of like a reddish dust on the mushrooms that seems to have been disturbed and has left perfect imprints of large feet. Looking at the gorge up ahead, the mushrooms extend off for about 100 or so feet before Rufus is able to see a crack beyond the mushrooms that doesn't seem to be crazy wide, but large enough for an ogre to pass through. And there seems to be a chittering sound coming from deep within.
I hear chittering noises. I see some footprints, and I see where our ogre friend might be jammed.
I thought he got unstuck.
I have no idea.
Unstuck, but he's hiding somewhere.
Yeah,
Oh,
unstuck with I think.
cool.
Can Rufus get closer and maybe try and see him if he's in there?
Sure. Rufus flies forward and begins to look into the space up ahead. Up ahead, what Rufus is able to see is a sort of another sort of narrow gorge-like space. Within this space, there appear to be rickety bridges and a series of large cobwebs. Beyond that, Rufus can see that there are stalactites hanging low down, and there appears to be a sort of ornate-looking chest.
Gotcha. Is he able to locate the noise of the chittering?
Go ahead and roll a perception check for him.
Okay. Perception is also wisdom based. 15.
Looking around, Rufus is not able to see exactly what is making the chittering noise, but can almost make out in the very deep darkness. There appears to be like something moves on the ceiling.
I'm not seeing any pink stuff, am I? No pink goop.
No, no pink.
All right. I'll let the party know what I'm seeing, and then I'll teleport Rufus back. Yeah, looks like we gotta get down there.
All right.
All right. Well, if the mushrooms are safe to land on,
That I don't know, but I did see footprints there, so looks like he made it through all right.
all right. It doesn't look like there's like a lot of space, like that we'd have to like jump to get onto like one of the mushrooms.
The mushrooms are plentiful. It's just that they're about a 60-foot drop down from you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so okay, so it'll be 60 feet down from where we are.
Yep.
All right. So okay, do we want to jump?
That's cool, man.
Let's jump.
Up with my wings.
All right.
All
So
right.
you all move
Alex
to
will
jump down. What do
Jump
you
up
choose
and
to do,
feather
Alex?
fall on us.
All right. As you jump, you all feel a lightness pass over you, a weightlessness, as it were, and you casually float down to the mushrooms where, as you land upon them, you notice that they are springy and there's like a slight bit of a bounce.
Does that red dust like get kicked up?
Yeah, some of it flies up in the air, but not very much.
Try and hold my breath.
Probably smart.
Boone, plug your nose holes.
Ew.
All right. I imagine we won't be quiet as we're making it through here.
Yeah, as they're springing on the mushrooms.
Yeah.
Well, it's making
Yeah.
off the mushroom tops, right? Because isn't there like below canopy?
No, it just appears to be a
Oh, it
pit
literally is a
beneath
floor
them.
of mushrooms.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh shit. Yeah. Make our way across them. I got red hair, so maybe I blend in a little bit.
What?
All right. Making your way towards the crack in the crevice, can you all go ahead and roll stealth checks, please?
Yeah,
Do we still pass by the trace up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank God, too.
Oh my goodness.
Beacon, that was sleight of hand.
Oh, what the hell? Sorry. Sorry. Much better.
All right. Making your way across the springy mushrooms, you do bounce between them a little bit, but you don't embrace the full bounce as you try to move cautiously between the different areas. Making your way forward, you make it towards the large crack in the wall that leads to the area that Rufus had been scouting out for you before. As you make your way into the strange new gorge area where there are a few small natural stone bridges and a strange treasure chest up ahead, along with something moving along the ceiling, let's end our session there for today.
Oh no!
Mushroom biome.
I love the mushroom biome.
The mushroom.
Where the cows came from.
Oh my God.
I can
this is
see
their
that,
home.
actually.
My cows.
The homeland. So they're all cured now, the cows.
Yes. Yes, they
Yeah.
are.
They're
The
back to
cows
breed
are
and
cured.
Even when the
Yay!
cows are cured.
God is real. Nothing else done, but man, those cows are cured.
Yeah.
And Urgild is like almost saved.
Well,
Yeah.
We're on our
Well,
way.
We're on our way. We're
Yeah,
we
like
did at
closer than we
least
were before.
actually go do something.
Yeah.
Urgil could be dead right now, but you know, we're trying, so
Yeah, it's the thought that counts.
Only took like
Yeah.
3 days, but we got out there.
it's fine. Fine.
Harry, that was so fun. Oh my
Yeah,
that
that
was
was very
fun.
good. Thank
Yay,
you.
Yippee, yippee.
Yippee!
Here, let
When
me
do we
end it
play
now.
again?
By recording.
Right now.
Recording.
Never
Bye,
ever
Rick and
Bye,
Ellie.
recording.
I'm ready.